Good morning, strangers. How's everyone doing? I hope you're doing fantastic. I'm sorry, I just smacked the mic again because I literally can't stop myself. I hope everyone's doing good today. I am mostly awake, mostly here. I mean, yeah, last night wasn't that great for multiple reasons. Mostly because I made the terrible decision to watch Cross Ange.
I wonder how far we've gotten.
It's a mecha anime. And, you know, I know I like mecha anime, and I know that it has girls in it, and I like girls. I like the two things that I like in an anime. Turns out that it's mostly just child soldier fan service, and it's very uncomfortable.
How long we gotta stand around here?
They were killing 12-year-olds in the first, episode. For fun. Yokobo, welcome in. Anyway, it's garbage. Don't watch it. I was talking about how I was watching Cross Ange recently. It's terrible. You don't want to watch Cross Ange. I'm gonna finish watching it because I love watching trash. I will fully admit to enjoying watching genuinely bad media just because I'm curious about what they do with it, right? So Cross Ange is a mecha anime, and the basic premise of this mecha anime is mechas fighting dragons. And I cannot tell you how impressively badly they completely fucked up that premise. Like, how shit do you have to be to manage to make mecha, giant robots fighting dragons be kind of shit? All you would have to do is have robots fighting dragons once an episode, and I'd be on board. But basically, they go out of their way to avoid showing any of the animation of robots fighting dragons. And in fact, they do multiple sequences where they skip big important battles and instead reduce them down to a throwaway of line of, "Oh, she killed that giant big dragon that was worth all the bounty money. Oh, she doesn't share bounties. She's so mean. I wish she shared bounties. Sad face." And you're like, wait, come on.
How long we gotta stand around here?
I thought that was what we were here for. Now, I do have to say, when they do have mechs fighting dragons, it's actually pretty good. They've had mechs fighting dragons, I think, really 4 episodes
Wasting time.
out of 17 so far. Every other, and I'm being generous here. One of those is not really mechs fighting dragons. They're kind of pretending. But you know, the mechs fighting dragon part, pretty good. It was pretty good. I quite liked it. The rest of it, no. The fact that they all wear uniform, okay. Every single character in it is a girl because girls are the only ones that can pilot mechs. It's just the way it is. Fine, whatever. They all wear incredibly skimpy uniforms. And when I say incredibly skimpy uniforms, I mean, I genuinely think that a bikini might be less revealing.
I wonder where
And potentially less sexual than the outfits they wear to combat. And so on. Now, that's one thing, sure, but then when one of the characters gets their uniform shredded for some reason, damaged, right? And I remind you, this uniform is already super skimpy. When they are walking through the officer's room to go to their room. Like they're going through like the cafeteria to go to their room. One of the officers pulls them up on it and is like, "Oh, you're wearing that shredded uniform? How can you're such a hussy walking around in barely any clothes. You should put on a proper uniform like the rest of us. How dare you walk around in your shredded hussy uniform?" And it's like, this officer is wearing a uniform that is covering perhaps 4% more skin overall. In fact, possibly the same amount of skin.
We're wasting time. Let's get going.
It is like the most insane pot. Like they're just like, "Oh yeah, let's have a fight on it." It's like, why? Why are we complaining about this? Also, there's a lot of like misogyny and woman-on-woman sexual violence, which by itself is fucked up. I mean, it's one of those things I don't think I'd mind if it was done with the context of an abusive situation being abusive. But it's done with it's clearly done with the presentation of, "Hey, men, this is what you want to see, right? You want to see a woman being mean to another woman? Yeah? Yeah? This is what you want to see? Yeah, look at what's happening." And I'm sat there being like, I'm just going to skip past this because it's like, this is clearly nothing interesting. Anyway, don't watch Cross Edge. It's absolutely terrible. The mechs are cool. I cannot deny that the mech design, pretty sick. No, it had absolutely nothing to do with honor. So, in the context of the series, mech pilots are basically like, they're considered a non-human.
Let's hurry up and go help them.
Essentially,
Here they come. The bastards.
yo, that giant shark thing's pretty sick. They're basically considered subhuman because the only people who can pilot mechs are the people who can't use magic. So the basic premise is, oh, you can't use magic. The only thing you can be used for is piloting mech, so get in the mech and die.
You have to get there.
So they don't consider them like honorable or anything. They literally consider them non-human property. So the idea of even caring in the first place,
Here they come.
I find really strange. And like, this is the most irritating thing about Cross Edge.
All right.
If you'd have given this premise and storyline to somebody who was competent and wasn't trying to make pornography, you probably could have actually written a really interesting story about oppression, misogyny, and how women can be treated.
Well, now, this isn't half bad.
Oh yeah, it was 100%. It was just there for someone's kink. Absolutely Yokobo.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
But like, as I said, mechs fighting dragons while the pilots are an oppressed class of women, that's a hell of a starting plot. Like, you could go from there and do some interesting stuff.
Let's put everything we've got into this.
Like, hey, you're a second-class citizen. Like,
Here they come.
I wouldn't necessarily say gold. Like, okay, to be fair, I'm not certain that it would have been gold, but you know, like, maybe steel, right? Maybe something interesting.
Even bother jumping.
Maybe electrum, right? Like, you're like, oh, this is intriguing. I wasn't expecting, but it's interesting. It's perhaps worth watching. Perhaps, you know,
Sure hope Nina's all right.
worth investigating. Like, I do think there's a lot of series like that where they're interesting for some people, not interesting for others, or, you know, maybe they try and make commentary and don't necessarily succeed, but they're trying to do something, right? Cross Edge genuinely felt like a series that somebody was like, oh, we could have this interesting idea. And then somebody says, yeah, but what if they just sexually abuse children?
Popping up like crazy.
That would sell better. Let's do that. That's basically what it feels like.
You think I'm
With
gonna go
Jupus alone?
easy?
No.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn beast.
I'm actually fine losing that challenge because that means I don't have to use Jupus. There's also like a second plot about parallel universes and stuff, and it's actually kind of, that separate plot is kind of intriguing again. It's this whole thing where they set up an intriguing plot and makes me go, oh, that seems kind of cool. That's like, maybe that's a thing. And then it goes, and then we're gonna ruin it by making it weird. You're like, oh, okay,
Let's go.
sure.
Take you on.
All right, Lilica's gonna use a lot of abilities. Mostly voodoo dots.
Here they come.
Yeah, exactly, Yokobo. I think we might not actually make this one. Oh, I won it by like, it was literally on 0 seconds. That was close to say the least. Alright, let's get her revealing something. She's learnt to spin a moon. What is the purpose of the spinning moon? Do not ask questions. France's defense actually high value. I guess we should get his like revelations. There's no reason not to. We are going to be using him because we got free bonuses. Anyway, don't watch Cross-Ange. Let people like me watch Cross-Ange and then tell you not to watch it. I always get sad when I end up presented with a piece of media that just sucks like that. I will say, one of my favorite pieces of media is Battle Fairy Yukikaze. I absolutely love that series, and I will say, I don't think Battle Fairy Yukikaze is great, but I don't think it is ruined in any way, if that makes sense. Like, it is a series that has a number of problems, but all of those problems are basically just, they tried really, really hard to do the thing,
Think I'm gonna go easy?
and then didn't quite achieve it within their budget, I guess. It's the kind of thing which would have been great if it got like an extra editing pass. Or maybe like an extra year of development. So Battle Fairy Yukikaze is about jet fighters. Basically, there is a portal opened up to another world in Japan. And inside this portal, there is this like massive untapped
Gotta get going.
landscape with huge amounts of various resources, like just vaguely useful resources. Now we're even.
Thank you.
Don't sweat it. Just returning the favor.
God, this guy's so cool.
You really are going all out. But ain't the Mermals your sworn enemies? Mermals, Sleeg. It doesn't matter. I just want to keep the
These
promise
slurs.
I made.
These slurs.
What promise?
Oh,
Yeah, don't talk about the promise. The fact that he has this just on hand.
Nina. Probably crying her eyes out at the Datron lab right about now. Do I really need a reason to go save her? Thanks again. Later.
This guy wants her so badly, and I respect it. Anyway, Battlefield Yukikaze, right? It is about jet fighters going into said
Here
portal
they come. The
and
bastards.
fighting.
I'll take you on.
I mean, they're called the Jam. But like, it's a whole wild thing, and it's. I think it's super cool because they take a presentation of jet fighter combat that specifically engages with,
Hope it all goes well.
well, for one, a complete lack of audio in terms of, like, there's no music in the fight scenes. They do this insane thing where almost all of the audio in the fight scenes
I'll take you on.
is just like vehicle noises, gun noises, and so on. And it makes the fight scenes really like strangely uncomfortable and intense. You know, not in a bad way, obviously, I really enjoy it, but it's such a unique presentation because most series like that would have, you know, big dramatic music, you know, tension building music at various points and whatever, and in that they're just like, yeah, the things you hear is like jet noises, and that itself can be very uncomfortable because some of the fight sequences are literally just a dude in a jet talking to his jet. By the way, the jet has an AI in it. It's not a full AI. It's like a really...
Here they come.
Okay, it's not an AI in the sense that it's the classic sci-fi thing where they can do full communications. But by the end of the series, it's very clear that whatever is in that jet is 100%
Let's just leave it at that for now.
able to think and act on its own. And it's utterly terrifying. Anyway, Battlefield Yukikaze is great. Everyone should watch it if they really like weird anime. Maybe I should make everyone watch it, just as a thing. It's not even that long. I think it's only 12 episodes in total. So it's pretty esoteric.
Here they come.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn beast.
Segrim says that every single time. Guy needs to get a new catchphrase.
Popping up like crazy.
That's just out for a walk with all the murder going on. Oh my goodness. I just wanted to talk to a dude. I wonder how the damage for Supernova is determined. Favorite anime, Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill, Full Metal Alchemist. You love coming of age shit like nothing else. I'm on board. I'm assuming you enjoy My Hero Academia, because I mean that's got a lot of the same vibes. I've just recently finished watching My Hero Academia. God, the animation's beautiful. Okay, I won't spoil it then, but it's basically 8 seasons of watching a class grow up while shit happens. Like, really important plot shit, right? Like, it's super emotional and whatever, but it's basically just 8 seasons of watching a bunch of school kids grow up. Like that's it seems like it's your kind of thing, right? Like if you like Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill, Fullmetal Alchemist, My Hero Academia should probably be next on the list, okay? It's very it's very classic shonen, like not in a bad way. It's very just like, you know in a lot of shonen stuff, actually, you know what, it's, you know, the Gurren Lagann thing where the person who cares most about the fight wins the fight. Like almost every time, it's always the person who's like, I need to reach them with my feelings of victory, my feelings, and then suddenly the robot becomes powerful. That's like 70% of My Hero Academia. Just dudes going like, I need to reach him with the power of my feelings, so on and so forth. It's brilliant. It's yeah. Like, Kat, I know that the presentation, but based on the fact that you love Gurren Lagann, I know that you know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, I need to reach him with the power of my feelings. And that's like most of the series. It's so good. If you're into that, it's cheesy, it's corny, but it's like really, really honest with itself in a way that's very pleasing. Also, the animation is fucking amazing. They do this wonderful mix of, like, as far as I can tell, right, one of the things they really care about doing is they mix 3D with 2D in such a way that they spend all of their time making really beautiful 2D animations and then use the 3D stuff only to keep stuff, like, efficient. Mammals can't live in a polluted ocean. That's terrifying. Also, welcome in Silent. I hope you're doing well. We are up to some shenanigans. We're also talking about anime. No spoilers. Or at least minimal spoilers, right? Because I basically just spoiled Yukikaze. I didn't really spoil Yukikaze. Nobody here is going to watch Yukikaze, let's be honest. Exactly. Make it creepy. But yeah. My Hero Academia, if you like Gurren Lagann, and... So I haven't seen Kill la Kill. But it's got that Gurren Lagann vibe. Except more. It's just more Gurren Lagann.
Why did they even bother jumping us? Now they've got pirates.
Guy's got no arms. Where does arms go?
Save them.
This guy looks like the human robot hybrid
The
thing
Enigma gem is almost ours. Let me help
the
you in your
Transformer movie.
research.
I'm afraid I can't, my brother. How could I ask you to help me after what I've done to you?
Oh my god, he's so
Don't
short.
worry about that. It was an accident, that's all. If your room research succeeds, everyone can be happy, right?
We are
Nothing
definitely
would
going to kill this
please
guy's
me
brother.
more than to help you, brother.
I see.
Oh, yeah. I've planted a spy in that Sleek village. They won't come near us, just like
Sleek
you said.
sounds like a
And
slug.
it'll save us time if they kill each
Every
other.
time.
They mean nothing to us. Get rid of your spy when you're done.
Do you think this robot has a pop-out
Of
dick?
course. Who cares about a measly mermel? I'll be in touch later. You've got the Enigma gem to look forward to now.
I'm so proud of you, Golba.
Golbat? It's like Golbat without the T. Is he actually proud or is he a jerk?
Izel, even if we do manage to obtain the Enigma gem, it won't really serve any purpose, will it?
Just let it be.
Huh?
The only reason for its existence is to serve me.
Seeb. Yeah, no, 100%. Like some words just sound like slurs. Some words sound like somebody just saying some shit, right? And there's just like a couple words like that. I think there's an Australian one. I'm gonna double check this to make sure I'm not actually saying a slur, because it always feels like a slur.
I wonder where this is.
Okay. Bogan. B-O-G-A-N. It's an Australian word that basically means like...
How long we gotta stand around here?
Honestly, it's basically the same word as trashy, right? If you don't know what it means, it's basically the same word as trashy. It's not one-to-one, it's its own thing, but same kind of thing. And it always sounds like every time someone says it, like that little part of me that goes, is this guy a fascist? Is this guy a Nazi? It just pipes up in my head, like, is this guy a racist?
We've gotten.
I can't, and I know it's not. I know it's just a word. It has no, like, real connection to anything like that, but my brain can't. I think it's because in my head, it ends up getting stuck with the way the words. There's another word, there's a short form of Aboriginal, which is generally considered a slur. And thus I'm not going to repeat it on stream. Oh, we got actual reflections here. So obviously, as this is a PS2 era game, these reflections aren't real reflections, they're just rendering the entire area twice beneath the water. Yeah, like I try and avoid saying stuff that slurs. Okay.
Is all right.
I have a fairly straightforward opinion on this kind of thing. I think that the specific language of a person is less important than the intention of the language.
Well, let's hurry up and go help.
I think that anyone that believes that another person is bad just because they use a specific word is being silly. But I think that at the same time, it's also relevant to consider the context in which they're using that word and what they mean by it. So for example, someone raised in a specific culture may not consider a word that I consider a slur to be a slur. That may just be the word that that culture group uses to describe another group of people, and they don't mean hostility by it. Likewise, you know, I have been called the F slur for homosexuals by people who meant it completely positively.
I wonder how far we've gotten.
But at the same time, I have heard homosexual said, which was dripping with seething disgust. So it's one of those things, like the context of the person who's saying it, where, why, and so on,
Let's get going.
makes me consider how much I care about the words other people are using. I myself, I try and avoid using slurs at all because I stream on Twitch. It's simply more beneficial to not say slurs. But like, I don't have a problem with using a slur to describe myself, for example. That's not a concern for me, and I'm not gonna be upset when other people do the same.
Work. There's probably more to it.
You know, like, it's just not that big an issue. Yeah, like, that's the thing, right, Kat? A lot of it depends. Like, generally, I do my best never to call other people slurs. Even if they say that it's a word that they're cool with being cool,
I wonder where this
I just don't do it. it's not worth picking up the bad habit for me in most cases. But I will refer to myself as a giant winged F-word. Very casually, without caring. Cause fuck it, that's me, right? Oh, the map for the planet is complete? Yo, that's sick! If you find all the transporters, you get all the... That's actually super cool. But yeah, I really... As I said, I think language is much more concerning about the intention of that language. I've had a lot of people say really nice things to me, or say words that are really nice to me, and intend absolutely evil stuff. It's like the classic phrase, like, oh, you know, he's not our kind of people. That phrase right there, not our kind of people, instantly makes me assume the person's a terrible person. You're a lesbian woman. Fair. Like, you're a lesbian, you're barely a woman. I mean, more accurately, I only read like half of that sentence, I guess. So, you're a lesbian and barely a woman, to be more accurate. I mean, cat's a cat, right? That's how it works. Cat's a cat. Much like Yokobo's a Yokobo. I think that's like, fundamentally for me, that's all it boils down to, right? Like, the whole aspect of just identity in general is such a massive, complex ball ache that, like, everyone I know is just a person, and everyone I don't know is just a person I don't know. So, cat's a cat, Yokobo's a Yokobo. Do I actually need to know, like, cat-specific information about that gender identity and how they feel it? No. Right? It doesn't actually really, realistically matter to me. The only exception is, like, when I'm referring to cat, how do I best refer to cat in a way that makes it feel comfortable and included? Like, that's it. That's as far as I give a shit. And I wish the world would consider it more like that. This is cool, by the way.
So this is
I like the implication in the cutscenes that we're traveling together.
Jester.
It's a stubby robot.
Welcome, fools. After this girl, are you?
Yes, I would like to release the girl. She's just standing there.
Nina, it's us. Everything's going to be okay.
Imagine if you just threw off the edge right now.
How truly silly of you to have come all this way. I have no need for the two of you anymore. Look at this.
It's the Enigma Gem.
Enigma Gem?
What is it? Our village treasure. But why?
Don't you get it? This girl really pulled the wool over your eyes.
It's not true.
The Enigma Gem was originally a mermal treasure. You sleeves used brute force to take it from us.
Again, the way she says
And
that sounds
now
like a
I'm taking
slur.
it back. With the Enigma Gem and Datron's science, the beautiful Mermal Sea will be ours once more.
He's gonna
Nina,
instantly betray
they're
her.
tricking you. Remember what Datron's done to us all. Nina.
Oh, I remembered.
No, I'll never forget. I'll never forget what you sleeves did to us Mermals, and I will never, ever forgive you.
Yeah, enough of that.
This feels like one of
The
those
Enigma
old school.
gem. Show's over. Now for
Is
a
what not
taste
what?
of sheer power.
I'm sorry,
Statron
Yoko, but I've
style.
lost context. I was gonna say, it seems like one of those 2000s. Oh god, it's a boss. 2000s situational comedy shows.
What is it?
Sleeg is not an in-game slut. Sleeg is just what they call the fish people.
Everyone, watch out for its pincers.
Is this one of Datron's beasts?
Okay, team command, fight separately.
Seafood special, anyone?
Okay, it seems to be enduring. Can we freeze it? No damage. Oh my goodness, this thing is incredibly durable. What if we just hit it with Supernova? That works. Alright, everyone, we're just gonna hit it with all of the buttons. Man, bosses in this game is weird. Cabs, welcome in. We're currently fighting a giant crab by spamming Supernova into it. I just want to point out what Supernova does. We get our swords together. We call forth the power of the ancients. And then we blow up the fucking planet. That's the planet we're standing on, by the way. Just want to point out that it only does 1,360 damage. Which doesn't feel like a lot of damage, if I'm honest. It's a big robot crab as well. It's got like cannons on it.
Damn it. Now they've done it.
That's new technology for you.
Is it?
Fritz, I'm
He's
gonna
just using
ask
a
you
giant
one
stick.
last time. Are you really serious about this?
Of course.
A quick answer. I like that. Then let's go.
Wait!
It's you guys.
These guys are all gonna get
Now
one
we
shot
know
and
who
die.
The real enemy is. The way we've been acting. Forgive us. Fritz, Joust, let us fight by your side.
Thanks. The more the merrier.
Are they actually gonna help in the fight? No. No. Absolutely not. Oh no, people! The people that oppressed me and stole my Enigma gem are coming to oppress me and steal my Enigma gem again.
Wait!
I told you this was our problem.
Wait! It'll never
Yeah, but
work.
I want the XP for it.
This will never do!
Yeah, no kidding.
They're dropping like flies.
Damn it.
Buddy, we had this fight.
Listen, everyone! That's enough! You'll never beat these guys. Run while you still can.
You're not ready to give up yet. I told you. True allies show up to help in a pinch.
But I don't need help. This is all a trap.
No. You're asking for help, all right. I can hear it. Your heart. It's screaming. Help. Help me.
Joust.
You're not alone,
This is
Nina.
so cheesy.
Look at everyone who's on your side. Sleeg or Mermal.
Yeah, look at all
It
these
doesn't matter
Sleegs.
anymore.
They are losing so badly.
Why would you do all this?
Well, we're friends, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a bit loud. That look, I'm sorry. I don't know if you saw that last screenshot, but when he was
Thank
like
you,
tapping the
Fritz,
bench next to her,
Joust.
it definitely looked like he was inviting her for more than sit down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh? Hey, what do you
He
think
seems
you're
so
doing?
confused.
I'm going to help my friends.
Wait, that thing could just do that?
What's that? Huh?
You'll pay. You'll pay for this girl. Nina!
That very much seems like quiet shouting. Oh, and we still have to beat its ass. Like, we could have just beat this thing's ass from the start. You wouldn't have had to lose so many dudes. You know that, right?
All right, let's get this over with.
They didn't even do any damage. I want to point that out. The HP bar has not moved in the entire encounter engagement that they engage with. Nothing. Well, to be fair, she could only summon lightning in a small area. I don't think it's enough lightning to destroy the crab. Like, I mean, look, we're doing planet-destroying actions, and we're not destroying the crab.
Here we go.
You know, like, this is mid at best. Lightning. We should probably use that.
Come on, see if you can take us.
Sure, that's what does that. Sure. Oh, she's got Storm Charm 3 now, right? I think that did 456 damage. Yeah, it's 456 damage. Nice. Okay, so actually, it is worth doing. You have to wait a week and a half to even get Teams meetings to review your He can also do lightning. It's very sad. Wait, hold on. Is it just weak to lightning? There is so many things scrolling past the screen. I pressed the button. How much damage is it? Oh, it did 144. Never mind. I thought it did like 1,000. No.
Can't lose now.
God damn it, Kisala. Stop being dazed. Also, stop being dead, actually. And we're just gonna keep using Supernova. So, one of the things I'm kind of on board with is the cost of a first-class stamp being the requirement for posting to actually make sure you get real people. The other one was actually having to come down to the offices to deliver the CV. Because it means that the only people who would actually do that are people who are, you know, like, it's not ideal, right? But the idea being you can filter out all the AI trash and thousands of submissions because only a certain set of people will actually be able to get down to the office and care enough to do that and evaluate the job high enough to do that. Oh no, he hit me. Need money to get money. I mean, I think a first class stamp is enough because it's like it's like a quid or less, right? I won the fight while getting knocked out. Ooh, Spirit Caliber, that seems nice. Okay, like 8 jobs applied for and no movements, you don't know what they're doing. I mean, probably looking through literally thousands of submissions. Like, to be fair, if spending what would be the equivalent of like 15 quid in total,
Nina,
Where am
would increase your chances of getting a job from like, or decrease your competition from thousands to like 30 people a job, it's probably worth it.
Everyone's...
it's all right, Nina.
And I think it's more beneficial for the companies as well. They get less crap
Submissions.
submissions.
But none of this would have ever happened if our 2 races hadn't fought. If you hate this place, I won't make you stay. But you shouldn't leave until your wounds are healed. And
I
when
do
you're
want
all
to
better,
point out that as far as I
go
can
on a
tell,
trip.
this league did genocide the Mermal.
Did you forget that promise we made? Way back when?
The oceans are vast on this planet. Surely there must be other mermals like you somewhere. We'll go off in search of them.
And I know we'll find them. No matter how long it takes. We'll find them all and bring them back here.
We're all friends, right?
What you should do is start submitting hundreds of CVs that are slightly different to the same people. That way you'll saturate their options.
We couldn't have done
And
this
statistically, you'll be more likely to succeed.
alone. Thanks, Mr. Pirate Man.
Still, you guys are nothing to sneeze at. How about
I could absolutely sneeze them.
across the galaxy, eh?
They're terrible.
Sounds interesting. But as you heard, we have a promise to keep. I'll pass.
Is
for
she
now.
rubbing his belly?
Aw, what a waste of good talent.
We owe you a debt that we'll never be able to repay. This is hardly enough, but I hope you'll accept it.
What is it?
Oh, well, I had dreams once upon a time myself. I think these will
What
look
kind of
good on
dreams?
you. Go on.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Hold on. Hold on. Wait, what? No. Hold,
Good
what?
luck
Who?
out there. See ya.
Did he just give me his kink outfit? Given a pirate outfit. Of course. Why does it fit me, though? Like, yeah, I think he gave us a wedding dress. He looks like a fucking Kingdom Hearts character.
I wonder how far we've come.
No, okay. He looks like a Kingdom Hearts character that has grown out of his Kingdom Hearts outfit, but has just like extended it with straps, okay? Because in Kingdom Hearts, they always have like, you know, those weird big quarter-length shorts and like the little jackets and whatnot, right? It genuinely looks like he's a Kingdom Hearts character that has just grown out of his outfit, but just strapped, which makes perfect sense because this is Fritz's outfit, right? Like, so this is like half the size it should be for us. Look, the arms don't even reach down to the forearm. He has them strapped off on like the bicep. Like he has them strapped up on like the elbow, and then he has like a glove separate to that. Incredible. You know, it makes me think of like a build your own type character. There's a yellow dot here, so I presume there's a treasure chest. Yeah, there's a gold treasure chest there. I will say, I do like the mechanic of find all the nav points to get all the map for all the chests. That's actually, you know, kind of sick. Hey, we got a new sword. Yeah, ask why this outfit doesn't. Which, you know, respect. Spiritual caliber, a sword imbued with energy that has traversed the world for ages. Why Random Goon has it, I don't know, but Random Goon does have it, and it's slightly better. We need to level up our Phantom Slayer, I guess. Oh, it seems like it's the upgraded version of the Phantom Slayer, so maybe once we upgrade both of them, I can feed this one into that one. In the meantime, I think we can actually upgrade the Desert Seeker if we feed it a sword too. We want to give it... Yeah, if we give it the Desert Seeker and... But what if the other thing needs the Blizzard Edge to rank up? Shoot, I don't know. We'll have to find out. We'll rank up our various weapons and then move on. There is a shop here we can go to. I don't think they sell anything new though. So his dream, presumably, like, he seems like a weird but kind of cool guy, so I genuinely respect it. Let's buy one of these as well. All right, deep slashes. Does Zegram needs these? He might. He probably does. We're not going to buy them. Diego apparently has his best weapons here. I don't think... We'll buy him a Punishing Xanadu. Yeah, it's... my understanding is Dark Cloud is a pretty hype game as well. I don't know if it's like great, but I know that my understanding is Dark Cloud and Dark Cloud 2 have the rating of like cult classic. So there's a lot of people that rate them very highly. Which doesn't necessarily mean they're good. Yeah, like, as Yaya says, it was great for its time, don't know if it holds up. There's a lot of games like that, which at the time of release were genuinely great games, but have been subsequently surpassed.
Don't go running off just anywhere.
This outfit looks so dumb. I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stick with it. I can't believe we did all that and we didn't even get the Enigma gem. Also, welcome in, sign up, by the way. Just good to see you.
Hope it all goes well.
Holy shit, we've been playing an hour already. This game really makes the time fly. I like the system conceptually, but I kind of dislike aspects. I dislike the UI of it, I think, is the summary.
I needed some exercise anyway.
I think the fact that I also have to master the weapons can be kind of irritating. So the synthesis system in Final Fantasy IX was really straightforward. So you just, if you have the items on hand, you can synthesize them. In this, because I have to engage in 15 battles,
Better way to go.
it means that every single engagement requires, like... So, if I get 2 swords that I want to upgrade for the next sword, that's 30 battles. before I do anything else, it's just instantly 30 battles. I get that you want to have some kind of speed bump. I think I'd prefer if it was like a resource system. Maybe if from battles you acquired some kind of, I don't know, mana, monster bones, like that kind of thing, right? Whatever you want to call it, some kind of after battle goo that you use to duct tape weapons together. If I was the one writing the game, I'd probably call it like primeval rune energy or something. Unrefined rune energy. God, this game looks... It has such a Sonic Adventure vibe, and I'm so here for it. But yeah, I would definitely have it... Is that floating? Hold up. Ignore that they sometimes get weird grey outlines on them. That's an emulator issue. I'm going insane. It's probably not floating. It's just really pressed close to the surface. It's got no contact shadow. No ambient occlusion. Hello, crew members. Hello, Jupis. I hope you die. No, I was trying to talk to Digo. Hey, Digo. Am I taking a break like this? But once we're done, this wasn't a break. We killed so much stuff. Hello, Drake. I do actually think these characters are pretty cool. I think that time travel is generally bad. It's mostly... Okay, my issue with time travel is that 9 times out of 10, the game doesn't keep to its own internally consistent rules on time travel, okay? And at that point, time travel is no longer time travel, but it's basically just the giant finger of God poking the plot. Thoughts on Chrono Trigger? Haven't played it, have seen other people play it. Looks pretty good narratively. Looks kind of old though. And when I say old, I should say, when I say a game looks kind of old, I mean the systems in it seem like they are... that we've advanced past them, right? That we've got better interfaces and better control schemes and so on. Not inherently that like, oh, the graphics are old, right? Graphics don't faze me. They're not that important. Like, it was very advanced for its time, based on the goal of making the actual combat faster and more responsive. But at the same time, it's also of its age, right? As far as narrative, from what I remember of the narrative, it's pretty fun. It is still most tolerable traditional turn-based combat jRPG, even compared to a lot today. Yeah, I can totally see that. Like, I very much, you know, I'm not saying it's bad, right? I think one of the problems with discussing old games especially is that it can be really difficult to discuss them and say that, yes, for the time they were great, and now I don't know if I could spend my time and energy playing them. Doesn't mean that the game's inherently bad, it's just that there's a lot of stuff we've advanced on. For example, right, I don't like a lot of games' save structures. jRPGs especially, I think, have terrible save structures. So many of them were incredibly late to autosaves. Like, we had autosaves in Silent Hill 1. Right? Silent Hill 1 had autosaves. jRPGs, they've only started having autosaves in like the PS4 era onwards. And even then, it's not universal. And I know what some people are thinking, like, oh, you know, I don't want autosave, so I want to choose when to save in case, you know, so I don't get soft-locked before a boss or whatever. Don't let the player be able to be soft-locked. One, that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't let your player get into a situation where they can never win. Step one. Step two, you can have both systems. You can have systems that allow you, I think Expedition 33 does this really well. You have two options. When you lose a fight in that game, you have two major options. One, you can just refight the fight. Two, you can start the fight outside the fight. So instead of going, oh, I want to restart the fight in the fight, you can be like, oh, I'm going to restart just before the fight. Just before I encounter the enemy, I'll start outside that fight, and that way I can decide if I want to go back and grind, if I want to change up my equipment on inventory, change up my party members, create a new strategy for the fight, any of that. That, I think, is how we should be doing JRPGs these days. Because if you want me to engage with your mechanics and your bosses and not just spam Knights of the Round every single turn as I would in Final Fantasy VII, then you need to give me a way to engage with those mechanics. If the only way I can switch my weapon element and test out weapon elements in game is, you know, by really slowly switching equipment to unoptimized, unselected equipment, that's terrible. Yeah, Pt8 also lets you load previous autosaves. It's great, right? Also, welcome inside. Like, we have gotten so much better, even just at saving mechanics. And I understand that old games don't have the options, right? I totally get that. I'm not upset about the fact that old games didn't have that. But the fact is, the old games don't have that. And now, compared to other games, they are tedious to play because of that aspect. Worst thing in the world? Unskippable cutscenes before a boss. If you want to put me in a position where I'm likely to fail this fight, don't make me watch an unskippable cutscene right before the fight. Are you insane? I would quite like each individual fight to be challenging in a JRPG, but a lot of the times they literally can't do that, and they have to make them just grindable fights. This game is actually bad at that, right? Most of the fights that I encounter when going from A to B are garbage. Completely irrelevant. I'm only doing this to get to the boss fights and get to more story. The actual encounters on the moment to moment, I am literally just skipping past using whatever abilities and resources I have to skip them. So, yeah, when I talk about a JRPG being old, that's what I mean. It keeps to those old paradigms, or just was made in a time where those old paradigms were the only option. And it makes them less fun. Like, we've gotten to the point where that shouldn't be the case. Let's go to Jiraika. Also, your comment on Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I do not like Zelda games. Like, I think I've tried Majora's Mask, and I'm going to be completely honest, this has literally almost nothing to do with the quality of the games themselves. It is almost exclusively to do with the fact that I've spent my entire life having people tell me that they are literally the greatest games of all time. That in fact, any given Zelda game... No, Yokobo, you don't need to be upset. You don't need to be like... unless you're telling me to shut up, right? Unless you're telling me like, oh, I can't stand this idiot talking about this thing. Yeah, I basically spent my entire childhood until now having people tell me that every Zelda game is literally the best game in existence and has no negative qualities whatsoever to it in any regard. And having tried to play them, that's objectively false. Almost every Zelda game I played has some significant and major negative quality. As Falcock has the key to Eden's Gate, we have no idea what's going to happen. It's true, we don't. And I wish people would be less blinded by their own nostalgia. Yeah, like, I want to be clear. If someone's like, I just really like this game, it's pleasing to me, sure. Like, I have plenty of games like one of my favorite games of all time is Skies of Arcadia. Skies of Arcadia has a really classic jRPG turn-based battle system. I quite like it, but I'm not going to pretend that it's not a classic turn-based JRPG system. I'm not going to pretend that most of the fights aren't steamrollerable. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't have an encounter rate that's way too high. Those things are facts, right? Like, objective facts. The game is flawed. And if someone says to me,
I've got a good feeling.
Like, I don't want to play Skies of Arcadia because it's got these big flaws, I'm gonna be like, oh, yeah, honestly, yeah, sure. I get that. Yeah, like, that's another thing. I have enjoyed playing Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem, especially the old Fire Emblems, have a lot of deep flaws. More modern Fire Emblems have a completely different set of deep flaws. For example, the amount of incest in your average Fire Emblem game is not just, like, alarming, but, like, genuinely confusing. It's pretty sick out there, actually. Why are there giant up arrows over here? What are they for?
I wonder how far we've gotten.
Like, most people told this is the best game ever made and come out of it feeling positive, let alone agreeing is very low. Yeah. Like, it's why I try to be clear when I espouse a love of a game or whatever, that I'm talking about my love of this game and what I like about it whenever I do that kind of thing. Like, for me, Skies of Arcadia is my favorite game of all time because in Skies of Arcadia, I have a very deep joy for the fact that the game makes me feel like I'm going on an adventure and exploring the world. I feel like I'm traversing new places, doing new things, and I feel like very few games actually make me feel like I'm going on an adventure
Where this is.
instead of just going to all the places the game instructs me to. So, one of the aspects of Skies of Arcadia is, in a lot of the parts of the game, you go to places which the game tells you, like, people haven't been here for like 1,000 years.
Hey, how long
They
we gotta
genuinely
stand
don't know
around
what's
here?
over here. You're contacting people who have not communicated or contacted other people basically ever. And when you get there, they are confused and concerned, and they have opinions that are different to yours and cultures that are different to yours. And yeah, sure, it's all wrapped up in this kind of cheesy, anime-esque, like nothing actually is that negative type
We're wasting
plot.
time. Let's get
And
going.
yeah, let's be real. There's a lot of similarities to, like, white colonialism as presented. But you know what? they present it in the context of their story interesting. Not just let siblings get married, but get married and have kids. I feel that's important. Oh God, I just remember. Okay, I'm sorry. We need to. There is one specific scene, one specific interaction that fucking disgusts me in Fates. Genuinely disgusts me. Okay, so there's this character called Jacob. I think, yeah, Jacob with a K, right? Jacob is a butler type character. Very, if you've ever seen an anime, if you've ever seen like one of the older gentleman butlers, and they've probably been called Sebas, which is short for Sebastian, you've seen Jacob's character. That's his character. He's like, tea is very important. You must learn to make the tea properly. Oh, yes, I've been very careful about boiling. Oh, you burnt the tea. Oh, this is so terrible. This is no ability to be anything. There's no elegance in you whatsoever. But it's fine. I shall care for you because I am a caring butler, and I will be so caring, and I will take care of all your needs because I am the servant butler. That's the character. That's Jacob's character. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic here, but on board. Elise is a child. And I want to be clear, when I say Elise is a child, I don't mean like, oh, it's that classic anime thing where they're like vaguely, you know, somewhere between 15 and 20, and, you know, they could be, you could say they're a child, you could say they're not, and it's that weird. No, they are literally spoken about as being a child. Everyone around them is like, oh, Elise, you're so childish. You're the most childish of everyone here. You're very childish. You're so short and childlike, and here you are being a child. She genuinely acts like she's 12 years old the entire time. And then Jacob, in his S rank option with Elise, goes, she says something like, oh, I'm really childish though, like there's no way you could really love me. And then he goes, actually, Elise, the fact that you act like a child all the time is what most attracts me to you. It disgusts me. It was popular to test your mettle in the forest of King Leo. Felicia. 1 second. I'm sure I know the character, but my brain isn't. Okay, so Felicia was an option for my character to romance when I was playing, and I went against it because I didn't like the skill set of the maid. The implications of the names of the implications of the skill set for her made me really uncomfortable. There was just something about it that I was like, ah, no, that's not. Because she has stuff like live to serve. And it just, like, they would have been a good character to pair up, but I was just sat there going like, I don't, It wasn't the worst thing in the world. It just, the idea of an employee with live to serve becoming your wedded partner to have kids with does not make me happy. I will say, one of the relationships that actually takes the approach of a childlike character getting married, not being weird, is it's not Leo, it's
Hey, how long
The king, the king of... Well, not the king. The one who's going to inherit. The most adult child. It might be like Alexander. Maybe that's his sword. He's got a horse. Xander. Okay, Xander. Okay, Xander has an interaction with Nyx. Nyx is cursed to be perpetually young. And they have an interaction on their S rank thing. And she's like, you know, I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to look young forever. And his response is surprisingly measured. He goes, you know what? The stability of our country will benefit a great deal by having one of our rulers be immortal. Or essentially something along those lines, right? And essentially straight up says, essentially presents it as going, hey, the fact that you look really young is not like a reason I'm attracted to you. I'm attracted to you because you have an adult mind, essentially. And I think it's beneficial for our country in the future if we have that. Like, you'd be a great queen, basically. Your curse, actually great for the country. Which is not the worst way they could have presented it, right? Like, they definitely could have made it weird, and they instead made it a lot less weird than it could have been. Unlike the Jacob Elise situation. Just don't really support with Perry. Perry's the crazy one that loves bloodthirst and killing. Yeah, I don't know if I need that, you know? Wamboko. Okay, nice. This is definitely a little bit racist. It feels a little bit racist, right? Just a little bit. Just that little bit of edge of, you know? I'm gonna say I don't actually think it takes much to justify keeping an insane person as your retainer. Like, keeping them as your retainer means that they're not out in the world doing insane stuff. I think that's justifiable. I don't think it's good, right? But I could totally see a character going like, yes, they're a bloodthirsty murderer, but counterpoint, I can use them to target my enemies. She justifies it because she's...
just don't like.
Wow. Wow. I'm actually annoyed at how that damages the my understanding of Xander's characterization. Because he could have absolutely justified it as, oh yeah, I need a bloodthirsty Xander could have totally done it. It's like, for the kingdom, I need a bloodthirsty warrior to deal with the unpleasant acts of violence that I might not be able to. You know, I need that counterpoint because I'm too kind and gentle. I could definitely see Xander being able to make the argument of, I need a counterpart that is willing to kill people, right? Or even just, this is a tool that is effective. That's really annoying because so many of Xander's supports that I've seen have been like genuinely good characterization of a character that has a very specific goal. They care about the kingdom and stability. That is the most important thing. Exactly, Xander shenanigans. You're defeated by the witch. There's a witch here now? Hello, tell me about the witch. The witch still controls the castle? I bet the witch is some slighted person who the kingdom tried to sacrifice to a star beast. I love that they just got the Eye of Sauron up in here. Bro's just like, yeah, where are you keeping the Eye of Sauron? Yeah, that's right. Just in my front room. I like the way it glows slightly whenever I'm rude to it. Peta and Fucky? How else would you pronounce that? Fucky? Fukai? Fukai? Fukiai? Fuki? XXX, the return of Xander Cage. Oh! Those movies were fucking terrible. Like, I mean, they weren't even super terrible. They were just like...
There's something about this planet I just
a
don't like.
vibe. They were so of their era that I don't think that they could have been made any other time. Yeah, no different to having a cross on the wall. Exactly. You know, a constant representation of the execution of a single individual by one of the most horrific means possible. Just on the wall. It is amazing how the cross became a religious icon. I think that the normalization, there was a thing in, wait, I think we need to go up and to the right. There's a thing in the Discord series of books by Terry Pratchett, right? Terry Pratchett, excellent writer, dead now, sadly, but excellent at dissecting humanity in ways that are easy to present. Oh, nice, Ruiz ahead.
Some exercise anyway.
That are easy to present to a younger reader. And a lot of his dissections of humanity on how we look at other cultures is just incredible. And the sheer ability for humans to normalize things incredibly rapidly. They, like, within months, a person can go from saying something's like barbaric and horrific and strange to going, oh no, that's fine, that's just how it works. Which is just such a wild thing that humanity can do, right? And it's intriguing how rapidly humanity can shift their perceptions of normalcy. I mean, consider the internet, right? Let's say 30 years ago. Yeah, about 30 years ago, the idea of being in constant contact with anyone would be insane. Now the idea of being literally constantly available is borderline expected.
No wonder nobody goes here.
There is a genuine expectation that I, as a human being, should be generally available to be contacted at any given time, any day, night, weekends. The idea of a person just not being able to be contacted for,
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Here they come.
I don't know, a week or so? It's just not a thing. Just throw that guy at me? The disrespect. Alright, we kicked their ass.
We were gonna win.
I think that there is, you can enforce it on other people, right? And I think it is actually a valid, important thing to do to enforce boundaries like that. Way too many people get really comfortable, especially with employers, just contacting them whenever. KP shenanigans, 100%. And I think that people should genuinely just acknowledge that your employer isn't the most important thing in your life. And I understand why it's difficult to do that, but if you don't set boundaries, they will just walk all over you. And I think that people get trained by their employees because their employees will always push for more. I think it's natural when you are in that kind of situation. An employer will push for more because an employer has every benefit from pushing you for more. This is almost certainly going to be a mimic. Oh, no, never mind. It's just a walkie-talkie.
Let's go.
But that ends up training people that it's okay to, you know, constantly harass somebody.
Just leave it at that for now.
And it's not. It's insane that that's considered normalized. Having to respond day in, day out is considered normalized. I straight up tell people that talk to me on Discord or whatever that I will just straight up ignore them. If I'm not, like, if I don't have the energy to respond to someone, I will 100% read that message and then ignore it.
Try me.
If anyone ever complains about, especially on any program that has read receipts, if they ever complain about the fact that I read a message and didn't respond,
I'm gonna go easy.
like I'm done interacting with them.
I needed that.
I don't. I can't stand it. You know, just because I read your message doesn't mean your message is worth my time, energy, and attention at a point in time. Because I'm a human being, right? I've got like so much stuff going on in my day-to-day life. Yeah, exactly, Caps, right? Like, if they were an employee, sure, if you're contacting them during work hours and they don't respond during work hours and you're paying them at that point in time, that's worthy of complaint. You're allowed to claim some amount of ownership over their time that you're paying them for. But some, right?
I wonder how far.
If it's out of work hours, then you get what you get and you like it, right? And that's what I kind of expect from people. I will just ignore people. Like Kiba right now, I'm just ignoring them. Like right now, right this, I'm deliberately ignoring them.
Here they come, bastards.
I'm not complaining about you, I'm just ignoring you. That's the difference. I say as I choose not to ignore him to respond. Kiba, how you doing? You doing well today? We were just talking about the expectation of being always available and how it's incredibly unhealthy for a given individual to expect other people to be always available. There's going to be loot down there. Let's... What is that? Is that like a save point or is it just... What? Is it just a sentient fire? What a shame to come to an end to a place like that. You guys want to talk about the sentient fire? Seeing the sentient fire makes you think King Lear might be dead. Sure. I could be worse. I made the mistake of watching Cross Ange last night. And don't do that, it's terrible.
Here they come.
Let's go.
But also, like, could be worse, I guess. No, I've had breakfast. I've had caffeine in the morning, and you know I'm doing okay in that regard. I woke up at a reasonable time. Only had a couple nightmares and whatnot. Why would I do that to myself? Because I've just been meaning to for ages. That's basically it. Summary: I've been meaning to watch it for ages because. Mostly because Jammin really hates it. I know that seems like a weird reason to want to watch something, but Jammin really hated its presentation in Super Robot Wars, which is understandable. And I wanted to see if it was as bad as the presentation in Super Robot Wars or worse. And it's worse. It's actually worse.
What kind of people lived here in the past?
It's like some genuinely gross child soldier sexualization shit. But also it has a lucky pervert meme in it and across Ange.
Here they come.
And I actually hate the whole lucky pervert thing, possibly the most of all media. For those of you who don't know, the lucky pervert thing is when a character has the ability to fall down and
show off in front of
land on women's breasts or pull their clothes off or similar.
Don't go
Alright, Yokobo, have fun.
here. You'll get lost.
And it normally results in the girl in question immediately being violent to the guy, often for something he had literally no control of.
I'll take you.
There is actually a scene, in fact, in Cross Ange, where a guy is literally strapped to a table
I knew we were gonna
and
win.
being medically investigated by a bunch of pretty women. This is presented, obviously, not as criminal sexual assault against him. Right? But it is instead presented as somehow being a positive, good thing for him. We're not even through the bad part side. We're not even through the bad part side, right? Then the lead character, Miss Ange herself, comes into the room and sees him strapped to this table being investigated by the women against his own will, and gets angry at him and says, "I can't believe that you'd want to have sex with all these women," as he is strapped to the table. Again, strapped to the table, unable to do anything about this, literally being sexually assaulted. Complains to him,
We're wasting time. Let's get going.
walks over to hit him, trips up. Lucky pervert moment, disgusting lucky pervert moment. We are not on board for it. Then proceeds to get angry that she tripped up and landed on him in a sexually suggestive manner while he is strapped down and unable to move and has literally no influence on this, and proceeds to hit him for being, one, sexually assaulted, and then two, being sexually assaulted a second time by her. And somehow this is apparently treated as comedy. Like, are you serious? Anyway, don't watch Cross Ange. It's fucking garbage. Like, it's worse than, it's genuinely infuriating. The only good thing about it is like the 2 combat scenes where they have mechs fighting dragons. That's it. Anyway, I'm gonna watch it through to the end since I've already watched 17 episodes.
Something about this.
I want to be clear, right? I'm not
Just
saying
don't
what me watching trash anime is healthy. Okay? But it's like one of my hobbies. The mechs are pretty cool. I do actually like the paramales and whatnot. They're pretty sick. I just wish that, like, anything else about it was good.
Hey, how long do you gotta
Basically.
stand around here?
I realized it was bad about 10 minutes through episode 1, Kiba. From then on, it's just a case of, like, I want to watch it through because I want to see how bad it is. I want to see the ending, right? I want to see how badly they fuck up the ending. You know what, right? Okay. You know how some people are really fucked up and like watching videos of, you know, gore and people dying? Right? Like that kind of stuff? For me, it's that, but instead of like watching gore and people dying, it's watching really bad writing. Which I think is a less unhealthy preference, okay? Like I just have a strange fascination with really bad media. That's it.
Don't go screwing around.
I love how
here.
they call
You'll
these
get
ruins,
lost.
but they are basically a well-structured, well-maintained corridor. See, Yaya's seen it all, so when I talk about how terrible this stuff, Yaya's like, yeah, that's accurate. I mean, I presume. Yeah, do you believe that what I've said is broadly an accurate statement about Cross Ange? I assume so. It isn't good. Accurate. But I genuinely think that you could, if you were to just extract all the good parts about Cross-Ange, you could probably release like maybe a 6-episode OVA or something. Like you just remove all the sexual assault. You're not sure you believe the robots are good? Nah, that's fair. I think the robots are subjective, right? I think you're allowed to not like the robots on their own premise. Whereas I think the rest of it is like objectively bad, right? But also, let's be clear, the robots in their combat sequences appear for maybe 4 minutes total. Out of the 17 episodes I've seen, they've probably been like relevant for about 4 minutes in total. Or active on screen, I should say. I don't know. Cross-Ange has also made me want to write my own game that is just robots fighting dragons, because that seems like it would be sick as hell. Like nothing to do with Cross-Ange.
There's something about this.
Just robots fighting dragons seems it'd be. I mean, in fact, there's another piece of media that I've engaged with called Dragon Circus, which, as you might be able to guess, is robots. Actually, a whole bunch of others, like not just robots, like jet fighters, a robot guy, a witch, I think as well, fighting dragons that are invading Japan. Which anyone who approaches the castle. But it's pretty sick. There's some cool robots. There is an anime where the mech is a living dragon that fights other living dragon mechs. Is that, goodness. Is that, like, okay, are we talking about a really old school anime here? Because I think it's like Princess Utena or Una or something. Revolutionary Girl Utena. Which is meant to be a very girl-focused, mecha-ish anime. If I remember correctly, I can't say that I remember correctly. This guy wants to sell me stuff. Is he going to sell me useful stuff? No. Could buy a Saint Shield, though. And a Plasma Shield? I don't know what it's deflecting, but I'm going to buy one. Maybe it'll be useful. Innocent Fairies and Draconic. Cool. I'm not going to buy anything for Jupus. Could buy some Ancient Scrolls. Not going to do that either. I'll buy some more grog, though. Never know when you need to get wasted. Heroic... Oh, hold on. Have I seen Heroic Age? I think I have seen... Yeah, okay, so Heroic Age is really interesting. I mean, I think it got a little bit boring when I watched it overall. But I think one of the more interesting things about Heroic Age is the fact that the battles take a really long time. Not in like scene time on screen, right? But for example, they literally talk about one of the fights lasting like multiple hours with this other mech in space. Like dragon mech thing, whatever you want to call it. They also have characters that have like genuinely different biology.
Stand around here.
For example, there's one character that can eat machines and like gets their nutrition from inorganic material and finds the idea of eating vegetation somewhat repulsive because that's eating a living thing, which is unique and interesting. So my memory of Heroic Age was that I thought it was decent, but not exceptional. In that, like, I didn't think it was bad or anything. I just don't remember loving it. But it did have a lot of interesting ideas that I did like. It just had a lot of stuff that I was like, not really for me. I think this is partly because I do genuinely prefer more military-focused. I say military-focused, I mean like military-style mecha stuff, where the robots are slightly realistic, right? Like, okay, Gundam, for example, we all know that Gundam mechas aren't real. They could never be real, but they present them as trying to be real within universe. Compared to, like, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, where the mechas are literally just a representation of the will of the user. They're basically just magic. Hello, Mimic, my old friend. I've been 0 out of 10 on these Mimic guesses. Yeah, I do remember the ending just kind of being like, oh, here's the ending. And I'm like, wait, what? I thought this was going to have like a bit more to, like, nope, we finished now. I vaguely remember it felt like it was expecting another, yeah, like they were expecting another episode or two afterwards. Or something like that, right?
Here they come.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
This ain't funny.
Guys, this ain't funny. Zekrom got hurt. He doesn't find it funny when he gets hurt.
That's the end of that.
Yeah, there's dragon mechs. And then there's like non-dragon mechs. And the non-dragon mechs suck. I mean, they're fine, right? But they're not dragon mechs.
You sure this is the right way?
I'm not sure this is the right way, Zegrim. Like, I have as much information as you, but I do want to point out, Zegrim, that we have been on a singular path with no diverging points this entire time. I'm inclined to believe that there is, in fact, only one path to traverse.
Don't ever try to show off in front of me, you damn.
So, just to be clear, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, one of the greatest anime of all time.
Hope it all goes well.
100% up there with Full Metal Alchemist.
Come on, see if you can take us.
All right, let's get
Like,
this
do I
over
think it's
with.
better than Full Metal Alchemist? I'm not going to make that claim. Do I think it's very good, interesting, and cool? Ooh, absolutely.
Can't lose now.
Don't die, Kisala.
I needed that.
So, Tengen Toppa, we were talking about this earlier. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is all about a dude conquering God by virtue of being really emotional.
Funny.
Like, I think that's the best summary of it I can give. Without, spoiling masses of media.
This is not good. Jaster.
But Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann if you want to look at generic anime to introduce, okay, let me put it this way. If I had someone who was like, I've never seen anime before, I want to watch an anime of some kind to learn what's good about anime. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann would be my two selections, depending on what their preferences were and what I knew about them. They both have, you know, emotional storylines and so on. I think that Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann has more cheese.
I wonder what kind of people lived here in the past.
It's definitely the kind of thing that people who...
Let's go.
If you enjoy people being like, oh, my feelings, they're so important and I care about stuff and things, but while also beating the snot out of each other at the same time, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, 100% on board. If you want something more quote-unquote realistic while still being deep in the fantasy, FMAB is probably it.
Choice.
You have to kill God with your fist and then Lucifer. Yeah, but look, that's just standard, regular SMT JRPG stuff, okay? Like, that's...
I'm gonna go easy?
Here they come. The bastards.
Alright, let's cook them.
That's the end of that.
But yeah, I also think that the animation on Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, absolutely top tier. Like,
Come on. How are we
it's made by some of the greatest animators of animating, and they animate goodly. Shockingly enough,
I don't want to lose out. to
people who are
Valor.
good at animating,
Let's go.
absolutely wild.
Here goes. Here they come.
out of my way.
No, I understand, Kiba. Like, Lucifer is, in SMT games, a surprisingly common, like, both God and Lucifer, surprisingly common people to interact with. I feel like half of the games have you kill one of them, if not both of them, at some point in the game.
This jungle is
It's-
incredible. No wonder nobody goes.
Especially since the canon ending, since SMTIV still has God in it. I mean,
You think I'm gonna go easy?
that shit's weird, man. I don't know what to say.
Why did
Oh, we
they
should
even
switch out our
bother
weapon in case we can
jumping
upgrade
us?
it. Like, I know there's at least a couple SMT games, possibly not main series ones, unsure, where they literally are in a post-apocalyptic world that's locked into a giant VR universe.
I've got
But they
a
all
good
know
feeling
this, and they know that the
hurt.
surface world is trashed. So they all interact with VR instead. Just on the cash. And then I think God gets upset that they're all still alive and tries to wipe them out
Think
again,
I'm gonna go easy?
but fails. Like, I cannot deny. It made me multiple of them, honestly.
Jester.
But I cannot deny that SMT games have a lot of interesting stuff in them. Not necessarily good, though. Some of them are just outright bad, in fact. But they try, and honestly, lots of respect for that. Also, most of them do have a giant penis monster in them. And I do respect any game that just chooses to have a giant penis
Come
monster
on,
in
see
it.
if you can take us.
Here we go.
we supernova this thing out of existence? We call forth the power of my cool hat. That only did 2,000 damage.
I'm finished. Sorry about that.
He gets knocked down, but he gets back up again. You're never gonna keep him down. I don't think it's that one. That's only one of the apocalypse options. Of which I know there are multiple. In fact, there are at least 2 games that, like 2 of the SMT series, which involve people living inside the middle of a planet somehow. And that being normal.
Pushing our luck too far here.
Zagram, stop dying, you idiot.
Sorry about that.
You better be sorry. What? Stamina extract? But why?
Uh-oh. Not good.
Soul Hackers 2. My apologies. So my understanding is that Soul Hackers is like a spin-off title, rather than necessarily like a direct mainline SMT game. Don't ask me. All I know is that I watched a playthrough of part of it, and I was like, this shit's bananas. And I love it. Apparently one of the more interesting things is that the plot is very divergent. Like, it is not
this is the right way?
It's not the kind of game where you will always play the same game. It is the kind of game where you will just randomly weird things will happen and there's not much you can say or do about it type thing.
Here they come.
Is that for mainline SMT games? How do I like the factory? I don't interact with it. I don't like it at all. It's terrible. I have deliberately avoided touching the factory at all. I don't know what to tell you, Silent Night. Like, it's... I think my main issue with the factory is that it takes the core thing that I already struggle with in this game, which is I think the UI is over-involved.
What kind of people lived here in the past?
And then just doubles it up. And I just can't... Wow, we really don't need this at all. And I just can't find myself to be able to enjoy that. Oh, the Sky Cursed Bloody Mask? Do we have one of those? We are slowly just accumulating all of the shit. They do give a manual to help. The manual doesn't help with the thing that annoys me the most, which is that the UI is really slow to interact with. Like, regardless of me understanding the system, which, you know, I've come to understand the basics of. I did read the manual for it, in fact. I'm still bereft by the fact that it requires 70 button presses to do anything. And that does not fill me with an excitement. It's the same issue that I have with the general weapon system. From here, we want to go items. No, we just healed up. All right, I was going to check on my equipment here. Okay, that still needs ranking up, but where's that from? Analyze this weapon. Murakamo type X. How do I get a Murakamo type X? Blizzard Edge, Solar Sword, Phantom Slayer. Okay, I guess we don't have any of the weapons that we need for any of this shit, huh? I don't think we have the Cursed Bloody Mask either, so we can't do that. I don't think there's a shop nearby to buy one either.
Don't want to lose out to Valcon.
There's some Queen Bee Stingers though. I'm sure they will come in handy. Let us, you know, let's save and take a break. I think that's the next goal.
Everyone okay?
So let's do exactly that. I do like the idea of this weapon synthesis thing. As I said before, it's literally just the fact that it takes 15 battles to get anywhere with it. Makes it really slow to get anywhere unless you're using a guide. Like, I think if I was using a guide, I'd be more okay with it, because then I would know what I would actually have to buy. As it stands now, a lot of the weapon synthesis stuff is, by the time I've worked out what I actually need to synthesize and grab from where and ranked it up and stuff, I'm already at the point where I may as well throw away the weapon I just made, because I can buy stuff from the shops that's better. You know, it kind of reduces the point of interest of a system when, by the time you can interact with the system, you no longer care about the system. Maybe the endgame weapons will be different, but for now, fuck them. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're going on a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. While we're away, please enjoy some trivia. Or don't, you know, it's up to you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with No One's Block Rockin' Beats as we explore the rest of these ruins. This is supposedly an endpoint, but it doesn't seem to have ended, so...
Is it really safe for us to go any further?
His Frogginess is... Like, Am I gonna have to like,
here they come.
Is it broken?
Bastards.
No, you guys are definitely getting points. I know that much.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Is that person? Both Grizza and his... Okay, his Frogginess does come around from time to time, but Grizza is no longer around. They delete their account because they need to get off Twitch for mental health reasons. Broski was not well. But I know for a fact that his Frogginess lurks from time to time.
There's something about this planet I just don't like.
Nick's welcome in. Yeah, sure, yeah, but they had specifically identified their Twitch streaming was causing them to be unwell, right?
Don't
like, you know,
ever
some
try to
people
show off in front of me, you damn beast.
get like, not necessarily addicted per se, but the social push and pull of
here. You'll get lost.
Twitch can be like mentally exhausting if they're not careful for themselves.
Let's go.
Makes sense
Let's
that Frog was able
just
to
leave
luck
it
me.
at
Yeah,
that for
exactly. Frog's luck. Grizza deletes her account. And mostly, I just keep streaming.
I wonder what kind of
That's I just keep streaming day in, day out. Well, not day in, day out. I stream 3 days a week.
Here they come.
Which, you know, is less than 4 days a week.
Here they come. The bastards.
Promise to behave and whatnot. No, you're allowed to laugh. Make sure, in fact, I encourage you to laugh. Just, you know, not at horrific trauma. That's all. You know, just only laugh at... Yeah, that's how numbers work. It's more than 2, less than 4. For, you know, certain values of 4. But my favorite thing is when you do computer maths and the computer just doesn't... Like, you reach some kind of edge case and the computer just doesn't understand. Yeah, you can laugh at your own horrific trauma. That's always good. The more you laugh at it, the more you traumatize others, which is really the whole point of, you know, having horrific trauma.
You sure this is the right
Yeah,
way?
256 being 0, or like anything to do with floating point math being evaluated to an integer, because none of that makes sense, right? Because basically every single processor and programming language has its own way of interpreting floats as integers. If they can even do it at all, right? Like some will just crash, which is understandable. And honestly, maybe one of the better solutions.
Here they come.
Let's go.
Oh, that was sick. I got all 3 of them in like one single jump chain. Lucky's drawing is struggling with the fucking design. Well, maybe if it was less fucking...
Why did they even bother jumping us?
Like, you could just be a normal design without the fucking... I mean, it's up to you, right? King Leo's castle. Wow, we managed to wander our way into King Leo's castle despite trying to take the alternate route. That's impressive. I'm guessing there's gonna be a save point somewhere along here. You probably have more faith if you didn't delete.
I wonder what kind of people lived here in the past.
Maybe.
Don't fall behind, okay?
Maybe if that was fucking, you wouldn't be struggling. That's true. Maybe... Okay, like, somebody get over there. Nyx needs fucking. Not her personally, right? Like, you just need to fuck in the general vicinity, I guess. Would that help? Like, just some sweaty guy behind you going... like, porn moaning behind you. Is that what you need, Nyx? You want to just... You want to rip what I just said off from the audio stream and just, you know... play that as your background music?
It's too late to chicken out, right?
We are going to explore the other path first. This is a game where I like exploring the other paths for no good reason. You happy with the cute buff man doing push-ups? Sadly, we have no cute buff men. Like, I think it's been firmly established that it's like twinks and spheres. Are you so okay? The metal dad is a cute buff man. All right, cool.
You'll get lost.
There you go, Nyx. Cute buff man. Right there.
Here they come, the bastards.
So, the metal dad, you need to head your ass over to like Spain or whatever and do some push-ups. Nyx needs it because for some reason that's what she needs to be able to do her art design stuff. Don't ask me why. I don't understand Nyx at the best of times. She's weird, you know?
I don't want to lose out to Valcog.
The poor queen to be tormented by that demon. Okay, great. The queen's being tormented. Why is this telling me to go all the way over here now? Am I weird? Yeah, of course I'm weird.
take you on.
Next, I'm streaming. Do you have any idea how fucking strange that makes me? Like the only oh god, it's these people are gonna jump to hit. Do we have to we probably have to fight them.
You alright?
But are you metal and buff? Because according to the username, presumably the metal dad is made of metal and also buff. Yeah, what kind of widows would stream exactly? You work out every day, run every day, but also not gonna do that for Nyx? Doesn't even perfect. You just what? Why would you? What would being married have to do with doing push-ups? Literally spoke about how Nyx is apparently not interested in fucking. Just push-ups would be fine. God. You only. It's kind of one of us. Damn. Okay. Okay. Apparently, man has a thing. Sure. Like, hey, I'm not judging. You know, I am judging you. Never mind. The truth is, I'm judging you a lot. Mostly because, you know, I see myself as God, so it's pretty much within my purview and wheelhouse.
I wonder what kind of people lived here in the past.
I love the idea of just like that level of ego. And when you go to the gym, there's the married section for doing push-ups. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't want to be in the unmarried section, right?
Can't lose now.
Just kill some of them so I don't need to think about them.
Unfinished. Sorry about that.
If modesty. Hey, whatever makes you happy. Like, I know that Kiba is almost certainly joking about this, right? But like, for real talk, if what it takes for you to do
That was a close one.
good exercises and be happy with yourself and your partner and whatever is a modesty screen, fuck it. I think too many people get caught up on what they should and shouldn't care about. You should care about the things that matter to you, and you shouldn't care about anything else. And I think that's even more true now today, especially with the way the internet works and is constantly trying to tell you things you should be anxious and self-conscious about. Some people genuinely just don't care about things that are really important to other people, right? I mean, take for the example, like polyamorous relationships. Some people genuinely have like no concept of jealousy if their partner, you know, is off having sex with other people. Like it's just nothing to them. Yet some people get really weirded out by it, and it's like, it's not your partner, why do you care?
Don't ever try to show off
The amount of times I've heard people seem to genuinely care about what other people are eating. Like, if someone wants to eat rice and chicken, like just boiled rice, boiled chicken, and no salt, sure. Why do I care? I'm not the one eating it, right? I'm not the one suffering through that.
Go any further?
Now, general teasing, for example, I will always tease Americans, given the option for what they eat, because it's funny, right? But I expect the exact same amount of shit in return. Because let's be real, The amount of times an American will come in here and just be like, oh, British food, haha, funny joke. I will say, I do get slightly annoyed when people just go, oh, British food, funny joke, as the only commentary on it. Like, if you're gonna shit talk British food, bro, you've got to actually know enough about British food. I found on a ship that belongs to an infant space pirate. Because you'd rather hang out in the swamps. Cool. If you're gonna shit talk British food, you've got to have actually, like, one, tried some British food, and two, actually have some funny stuff to say about it. You can't just be like, see, Nick's right here, just haha, British food, haha. That's not it. Especially when British food includes British Indian restaurant food. It gets real difficult to say, oh, Brits don't like spice, when literally our national dish is like chicken tikka masala. You gonna really hit me with that? Food colonialism has no self-identity, it's just stolen things. That's a fair argument, right?
That's how you get it done.
I think India is incredibly interesting as a cultural linchpin of the UK, right? Because there are so many things that are like just entangled completely between India and the UK as a result of colonialism, as a result of the horrifying stuff that the British did there, right? Like, I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but that does also mean that there is that intermingling, and it's just incredibly interesting. We do end up with British Indian restaurant food, which is distinct and different from Indian food and the various locales that would come from. We do also end up with various recipes that are clearly influenced from India, but are definitely very British in that, like true fusion food, right? Actually see more British Indian food than traditional Indian food. That makes sense. Because I imagine the export pathways. So British Indian restaurant food, and I keep calling British Indian restaurant food because that is the specific culinary slot that it fills, right? Is Indian food that was made using... It is essentially like a distillation of Indian food made for British palates, but also specifically made with like less skilled... Well, not even less skilled cooks, but like... The people importing it weren't necessarily chefs, right? They weren't making high-class food. They were making food that sold and was cheap, because that's what you did to continue onwards, right? We have a lot of meat pies and pastries. We have a lot of boiled pastries as well. Yeah, in general, by and large, as you say, less heat, more sweetness, creamiest consistency. We also expect a sauce in the UK. If we order something at an Indian restaurant and it doesn't come with a sauce, then it's considered like non-standard. For example, as I said, with the whole chicken tikka masala in the UK is completely unidentifiable compared to chicken tikka masala in India. They are two completely different styles of dishes. But in the UK, we expect it to have a sauce. So when a British person orders curry, it must have a sauce or it is not curry. In India, curry isn't even like a specific word. Like, it's not a category of food in the same way that it is here in the UK. It's like the language references the food just very differently. And again, you know, it's what happens when two cultures merge, in this case forcefully. UK is the capital of hijacking dishes, that's also true. Goes to chicken vindaloo, which, Spanish. Portuguese, really, but it's complex, right? But like vindaloo, a classic dish in so many Indian restaurants, Portuguese recipe. It's a vinegar chicken recipe, like a spicy vinegar chicken recipe that comes from Portugal, was a favorite of sailors, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100% certain on that. I'd have to go check Wikipedia. And I believe is inherited from Spanish recipes of chicken, like vinegar cooked chicken, that then go to Portugal, then go onwards from there. Of course, it could be the other way on the Spain-Portugal connection, because they're physically very close, right? Culturally intermingling at various points. Yeah, exactly. It's very much... The UK had so many different cultures that it stole from. And we benefit greatly, recipe-wise, right? I mean, even if we go like Yorkshire puddings are one of the most classic British foodstuffs, right? In case you don't know what a Yorkshire pudding is, it is like a big, fluffy, fat pancake cup. It is incredibly classically British. Like everyone in the UK is like Yorkshire puddings are just, that's a British thing. It's 100% British. Fun fact, it's not British, it's Swedish. Here's a Yorkshire pud for those who don't know what that is. As you can see, it's kind of like a pastry type thing. Specifically, this is basically a pancake batter that is cooked in a really hot pan so it fluffs up, and you end up with a kind of velvety texture to it that's really good at not... Like, it's got a high amount of eggs in it, so it's got a very, like, bonded structure. Very good for, like, dipping or using to scoop gravies or similar. It is actually a Viking dish called kaka, which is its own thing, but is like the exact same recipe. The only difference between like British Yorkshire pudding and Viking kaka is kaka would generally be larger and then would be served as essentially the bowl which you would serve like meat and vegetables in. But almost all British food is from somewhere else. And I think in part, right, this is because we lost so much food knowledge in World War II. And so you have these two phases of British food, right? You have British food very historically, which is using local ingredients, what we can get available to us. Then you have like the full-on colonialism element where we're starting to import all the foods from other places and they become more valuable, and our cooking becomes incredibly weird and experimental in terms, like, compared to other stuff. And we just straight up import a lot of dishes. Lots of sailors come back from other countries and are like, yeah, I really miss that recipe that I had in this other country. Could you make that here? And they're like, well, we can try. And we end up with like a weird mismatch of a thing from another country. Then World War II happens, and that destroys all of our home cooking. We basically have our entire home cooking culture annihilated. This destroys British, like homegrown British recipes, by and large. Completely annihilates a culture. Entire bands of ingredients are just no longer used in the UK because we didn't relearn to use them after World War II.
Wasting time.
With the whole like restrictions on rationing, with the whole restrictions on like just a whole bunch of people dying, a whole bunch of men specifically being killed off, right? Like a massive amount of cultural destruction. This is why I think you end up with the kind of recovery once we're out of rationing and so on into the 70s. British food in the 70s gets insane and it's bad. I'm not even going to pretend otherwise. It is a culture trying to relearn how to cook, and it is just making insane things. It's just putting things like, it's just putting random things in jelly. It's like making sauces that don't make sense. It's complete and utter madness. There is nothing rational about cooking in the 70s. And then as we come out of the 70s, we start pulling in again, once again, just from the various like older colonial connections. We're coming from India. We come in from like Caribbean recipes, as you know, people were brought over essentially for various complex reasons. Jelly beans have basically disappeared.
I wonder where
Jelly
this
beans are
is.
much more old school though. I've tried them before, they're fine. Though they're very representative of like something that was meant to be a cheap food and is a cheap food, you know? But yeah, you have now
I wonder how
British
far we've
cultural
gotten.
food has so much blending from other cultures as we essentially rebuilt our food culture around imported food cultures. So our food culture is just,
Hey,
I think,
How long we gotta stand around?
one of the
here?
more diverse food cultures, but like one with a really complex history. And I think a lot of the stuff that people call British food isn't really British. And a lot of the
We're wasting
examples
time. Let's get
of like
going.
when people talk about, oh, British food is bad, they're talking about recipes that don't really exist in British food. And also, a lot of the time they've never tried them and don't understand that actually a lot of the stuff they're talking shit about is actually really good. Or they just miss out on entire sections of food that... Like, for example, anyone shit talking about British food does not include British Indian food, even though British Indian food is part of British food. Like, it's culturally, like... There isn't a separation. Like everyone in the UK is like, oh yeah, let's get a curry. That's a British thing. It's just integrated at this point. So
I wonder what kind of people lived here in the past.
that and all the pies and pastries are great. It is fun, right? Like, I want to be clear. As I said, I think it's perfectly fine to meme on it.
I'll take you on.
Let's go.
I am not at all against some classic shit talking. It's just that I also... I get a little bit bored when the shit talking is like
That's the end of
uninteresting, right? Yeah, exactly like that. Like if you're doing some good old-fashioned shit talking,
Hope it all goes well.
where I think that, okay, the classic example for me, right, is whenever someone tries to argue that, for example, Americans can't claim pizza as made by Americans
Here they come.
for the same, for any reason, whenever someone says that British people can't claim the culturally integrated foods that we have, and then also try and say that American pizza is definitely American and not, you know, Italian. It's like, come on, brother. Come on. Beans on toast is good. I think anyone that... Okay, beans on toast is not a complex,
Don't want to lose out to Valkyrie.
important dish, right? Beans on toast is honestly not that dissimilar to whatever Americans are doing with pancakes.
Let's go.
I'll take you on.
Yeah, 100%, right? And that's kind of what I mean, right? Like, if Americans are claiming American pizza, which I think they have every right to, I'm not... Like, that's saying that's an American food, then I think at the same time you have to say British curry is British. Like, there's British dash Indian there, right? Like, that it's a blended thing that would not exist without both of them existing together.
I wonder what kind of people lived here in the past.
Because we get, weirdly enough, we get both American and Italian style pizza in the UK, but our standard fast food pizza is very American, and it's not as good as most American pizza. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, cheese is just really cheap in the US. Insanely cheap. I don't know how they do it. It's kind of, I mean, obviously it's because you got loads and loads of land to raise loads and loads of cows, but
you think I'm gonna go easy?
It's slightly terrifying just how cheap various milk products are in the US. Yeah, exactly. Huge amounts of dairy land.
Just leave it at that for now.
And that means that you guys can use, one, you can use more cheese, which is generally the preference of most people eating pizza. And two, you can get it cheaper and at a higher quality for the same price. But like at the same time, the actual quality of various ingredients can be really low.
Come on, try me.
You know, having been in the US a couple times, there's a couple things where I'm like, wow, this is a lot better than what I would get in the UK. Burger King, right? Burger King in the US was pretty decent compared to every fast food burger I've had in the UK. And I'm only talking about fast food burgers here. I'm not comparing it to like when you go to like a nice place, right? That's not the comparison point. The comparison point here is fast food burgers. And American fast food burgers, pretty much objectively better than British fast food burgers. Food product that was mostly oil but used derivatives from cheese, and it's qualified from cheese, there are certain components. Yeah, you guys have a lot. So, because we were in Europe for a long time, we had a lot of regulations about what we could call what kinds of cheese. The US doesn't have a lot of those regulations. It has very different regulations, shall we say. But what's I going on that point? Yeah, we should go south and then hit the teleport. But yeah, just in general, there's certain ingredients in the US you get cheaper. There's also a lot of ingredients that are a lot more expensive. When I was in the US, fresh vegetables were really expensive compared to the UK.
Let's go.
Here they come, the bastards.
Like, now when I was in the US, I was in Georgia. So that may have some influence of it. But like vegetables were just scarily priced compared to what I was used to paying for them. Also, your sausages are terrible. American sausages are bad. I'm certain there are places that I can get good sausages, but I can get half decent sausages anywhere in my country, like anywhere in the UK, you can get half decent sausages. You can get great sausages pretty much anywhere in Europe. In the US, oh, you guys just don't do sausages. Not in a really, like, it's just, they ain't right. They're often incredibly low meat percentage and incredibly mushy. Presumably because they've had most of their ingredients replaced with, you know, random other stuff, right? For money saving. Also, there is the tradition, like, I think the tradition of sausage is very different in the US. So, for example, for the most part, in the UK, if you order a sausage, the assumption for a sausage is you will get a link of sausage. That is, if you say, I would like 2 sausages, you will get 2 links of sausage. If you specifically have to ask for other stuff, if you want other stuff. In the US, you are just as likely to be served like some kind of sliced product. And the idea of being served a sliced product when asking for a sausage is just like weird to me. That's not what we do in the UK. That's just not, it's a different product. And I get it, you could, it's normally classed as breakfast sausage. There's a whole thing. There's a whole categorization of how you guys eat sausages. It's a whole thing, but it's very much a separate thing, right? Yes, it's funny when it comes to produce. We have the ability to grow our own food that we need. However, produce as a whole is considered internationally to be a superior product compared to a lot of other countries. So you export the majority of what you grow and import at a cheaper price the produce that we can. That's insane. Like, I know the UK imports a lot of produce, but also we do grow a fair amount locally.
How long we gotta stand around here?
And I know that there are also a lot of expectations for cheap produce locally. So in the UK, there's ends up being a lot of pressures to get cheap produce. The UK is fucked when it comes to fish. Like, I need to assure you, the price for fish, ridiculous. The fact that almost all of the fish that I can buy, even at the insane price, comes from massively overfished populations that are borderline endangered, if not actually endangered, is so insane. We export a lot of salmon to Asia and then import farm salmon from Asia. That makes sense. Like, I basically don't eat fish because I can't deal with trying to actually source fish that isn't actively hostile. The only exception is I will eat plaice and chips. Plaice being a specific type of fish.
This is.
But that's because my understanding of plaice fishing is that it is relatively sustainable currently. It is not an overfished specific type of fish. Just eat the poop fish? What do you mean the poop fish? Is there a specific type of fish called the poop fish? Is this just a meme that I'm not getting? Oh, tilapia? That's really common to eat for me. Well, okay, I should say, it was really common when I was being cooked for by a Ghanaian cook. It was just very common. What is it? Why is it the poop fish then? I'm curious.
Hey, how long we gotta stand around here?
I know it's a very easy fish to keep. Common name for nearly 100 things of fish. Historically been of major importance to artisanal fishing in Africa. Increasing importance in aquaculture and aquaponics. Can be problematic in some locations. Cannot survive in cold water. Yeah, my basic understanding is tilapia is that, so I know a little bit about them.
I wonder how far
And
we've gotten.
my rough understanding is that you can basically raise them in very, very basic environments, in environments that would otherwise not be able to raise like anything else. in terms of aquaculture. They can feed on algae or any plant-based food. This reduces the cost of tilapia farming. Reduces fishing pressure on prey species and avoids concentrating toxins. Referred to as aquatic chickens.
I wonder where this
Yeah,
is.
this aligns with what I know. I don't see any reason why you'd call it a poop fish, though. Unless they're often fed on poop, which, you know, like, kind of whatever. Like, as insane as it sounds, I'm not actually that worried about the idea. Like, all of my food is grown in poop, so... Honestly, sounds better than, like, tuna, for example. Which is known to have mercury concentrations that are dangerous.
These ruins have markedly similar qualities. Why, this is a revolution.
It's this guy again.
Eh?
When you hanging out with Angela last time?
Jester, did you come here after hearing about the legend of the Mad Witch?
Legend of the Mad Witch.
I wish I could enjoy better quality tuna.
It's the tale of a fearsome witch who destroyed an ancient Riken dynasty.
I thought that was just an old folk tale. She never really existed, did she?
Legend has it she became a ghost.
That explains so much, yeah.
Controlling this castle for tens of thousands of years. Ooh, spooky.
Come
Spooky,
on, cut it out, will
scary
you, Bert?
skeletons.
I'm dead serious. Look, I know all of you only came here because you're hoping for a chance to nab her treasure, being greedy pirates and all.
That's true, we are greedy pirates. I put the outfit on.
Oh, here she comes.
What?
Foolish wanderers. This castle is sacred ground where my treasure sleeps. Do you too seek my treasure?
Oh, yes.
I seek that sick-ass snake,
Folks here
actually.
Sure do, but not me, you see. I'm just a scholar. I'm trying to unravel the mysteries of past civilizations.
You know she's gonna attack all of us, right?
I don't care. Your excuses mean nothing. No one who enters this castle will walk out alive.
Gotta respect it.
Come forth, my cursed incarnations!
Yes, give me some cursed incarnations. There's some faces, some giant ancient mecha. Okay, I love ancient mecha. It's rarely deployed, but I think it's one of those really cool just things. Just ancient machine made of like stone with, you know, ancient style cultural glyphs and whatnot. Like, look at the face. Look at the fact that's sick as hell, right?
Come on, see if you can take us.
Now, this is going to be a jumping fight. Hit that tri-heal. How do I use the... There we go. Guys, I done stabbed it. I done did a good stabbings of him. He's well stabbinski. And then, whoop, Supernova work well for us here?
This ain't funny.
No, it won't. Also, Zegram's gonna die again. This guy's fucking useless, honestly. I just healed that dumbass. Okay, I am now getting my ass kicked as well.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I just got clapped upside the head. It's brilliant. Somebody heal that person who's dying. Zegram, it's your duty. Yeah, heal Kisala. I hate that he misses the middle attack. It's infuriating. Oh, hey, our sword ranks up. We should go do something about that.
Oh, you've gotten pretty strong. Not bad at all. Listen, I'm going to follow that witch to see where she goes. You
Are you gonna pay me?
For her treasure.
Buddy, you're gonna die. Also, there's only one path.
Burton! That guy is completely insane.
I remember being fried tilapia a lot as a kid.
I sensed something about that witch. She seemed sort of sad. Or was it just me?
I was definitely sad.
Come on, Jaster. Let's keep going.
So, tilapia, as I said, right, like, when I was in a care home, when I was in one of the care homes I was in, there was a Ghanaian cook, but also there was a lot of, I think it's West Indian. Basically, people who eat West Indian cuisine in and around that space, which means that I ended up just being very close to that food culturally. Like, ackee and saltfish is one of my favorite dishes. For those of you who don't know, ackee and saltfish. So ackee is a type of, I guess you'd call it's a fruit that comes from a tree, right? But when cooked and handled correctly, it essentially ends up having a texture not dissimilar to scrambled eggs. Saltfish is just any white fish that has been salted. You normally have to soak it a bit to get the salt out. So it's like preserved fish. And it's normally cooked with onions and tomatoes. And it's just, honestly, it's just really good. I haven't had it in ages. It's kind of expensive to get in the UK because the only way we can get ackee over here is via canned goods. But because we have communities that eat the hell out of it, it's still fairly easy to get canned ackee.
Witch. She'll do anything to get in our way.
Anyway, it's good. So is goat curry. So is rice and peas.
Here they come, bastards.
Oh my goodness. How are we dying? Wait, we can switch out downed players for live play? Interesting. Okay, we need to kill some of these guys. Also, fried dumplings. God, do I love fried dumplings. They are absolutely terrible for me. They're incredibly simple, right?
That's the end of that.
They're literally just a ball of dough that you fry. They are like one of the simplest like things you could make in that regard.
We're going the right way, right?
But they just go well. Again, with ackee and saltfish, right? Fried dumpling, ackee and saltfish. You'll fry my dumplings? Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do enjoy fried dumplings, and anyone who's willing to make them for me fills me with joy and happiness. Hey, Pablo. Turn back. Turn back. But I don't want to turn back, because this is where the plot is.
Here they come.
There's evil monkeys around? I mean, at least there's none of those shell freaks here anymore.
What a waste of time.
The fight took less than a second. He's like, what a waste of time. Brother. Brother, please.
I hope nothing gets in our way.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
They're all the way over there. They're gonna get missed from this, right?
I'll take you on.
Yeah. There's another area where we're engaging with enemies and I'm just not excited to fight them. Why is that monkey evil? I'm guessing emotional reasons. He just weren't raised right, you know?
Bastards.
I mean, anytime you're dealing with someone who's evil, that's probably the solution. I will say, I do quite enjoy when you have just like an unmitigatably evil character in the game. You know the kind of character is just like, why are you evil? Because I love being evil. I genuinely enjoy that. When there's no like, oh, I had a tragic backstory. It's like, no, my backstory was great. Like, everyone loved me. It was really nice. I just really enjoy torturing people.
This planet I just don't like.
It just does it for me.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
Oh, you know what? I would also be evil if I had that bad a hairdo.
That was a cinch.
Yeah, Nyx just loves hurting people. Ooh, sun spheres. Ooh, Flash Sword Mark III. We like that. We're actually getting pretty close to rounding out a lot of these revelation things, huh? There's a modern extension to that trope. What is that? Just because I'm evil. Yeah. I get it. It does end up coming across as very much virtue signaling, right? It's like, oh, this piece of media definitely knows about feminism. It's like, why is the evil guy the only one who's feminist then?
We gotta hurry up, or else they'll get there ahead of us.
The Simpsons did, I think, the perfect joke on this. In fact, you know what? Not only did The Simpsons do it, but Sonic Heroes, the TV series, I think it was.
I wonder how far we've gotten.
Right? Has, I think it's Amy Rose says something along the lines of like, "Ha! I'm a woman and I did really well at this thing. Ha! Women can fight too." And Knuckles is just like, you know, by fundamentally calling attention to it, you're actually undermining your message because, you know, you're presenting it as an exceptionalism rather than the standard and default.
We're wasting time. Let's get going.
And then they went ahead and said, what? Just because I'm a big guy, I can't be a feminist? I thought that was kind of funny. Also, that is like 10 years ago now, I swear.
I wonder where this is.
But I'm kind of in that vein right now where we should just have, like, feminism be the default. And then also they should just have gay characters and trans characters just in a piece of media.
Hey, how long we gonna stand around here?
Like, if we could just have that, and then anytime someone asks a question, it's just like, it's not your problem, be quiet. This is why, if I ever make a video game about mech pilots, like, if I ever make the mech video game that I want to make, it's going to just be 100% trans characters. Every single one of them. 100%. There's going to be like 30 characters, every single one of them is going to be trans. Why? Because fuck you, that's why. Some of them, I'm going to have them, like, transition multiple times, because again, fuck you, that's why. It's the future. We've got robots. You can just press a button. You can just press a button and boop. Change everything about you if you want. I'm gonna be real. If we get to the future where our bodies are so amorphous, where you can just press a button and change your, like, sex characteristics, I think a lot less people would give a shit. I think a lot of people Stinger Assassin. Don't like the sound of that. I think a lot of people care because it's something intrinsic. I think the moment you make it something not intrinsic, like the moment you remove any intrinsic aspect, is the moment you make the world a better place. Cats will change genders between cutscenes. They do it to introduce the character creator, and you can do it anytime. Yes! Oh, that's such a good idea! That's like... Characters will just flip their gender whenever they feel like it. They'll just be like, oh yeah, no, I went into the character creator, boop, pressed the button. I felt like a change up. I felt like a change up. I got these sweet tits now. And you're like, oh, okay. Like, nice. Like, fuck, just make it weird. Make anyone who plays it uncomfortable. 100% discomfort. Also, okay, this is another irritation that I have with so much media. Media that has the gay and/or / trans episode. So you have a piece of media, right? Like, I don't know, fucking... whatever, any kind of thing targeted at kids, right? So, any of the like school situational comedies / dramas, anything like that. And they'll have so many episodes about like random issues, and then they'll just have one about like being gay. Like for some reason, the gay character will now be being beaten up because they're gay, and they're like, oh, I'm confused because I might be gay. And then everyone's like, oh, it's confusing because they might be gay. Like, no, just have gay characters. Just have them be like, oh yeah, I'm gay. I'm not confused. Like, I'm definitely gay. Invincible does this pretty well based on what I've seen of it, the series. Like, when the character's just gay, like they aren't confused about it. They aren't having problems. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm gay. I really like men. I want that. I want attractive men. And at no point do they have an episode, based on what I've seen so far, at no point do they have an episode where he's like, oh, I'm so confused and concerned about my sexuality. At no point is he confused. He knows who he is. The game has just crashed. The game is homophobic. I think it's actually the emulator that crashed. Nice. But yeah, I just want more like gay and trans characters to just be there and not care. If we could do that, that'd be great. And yeah, it's homophobic. It now won't close properly. I think this happened before. I think that this emulator doesn't like this game for some reason. I should really patch the emulator. I've been avoiding patching it because, I mean, don't patch stuff you're using, right? Yuji Itadori is I don't know. Are they a famous gay character? Should I know them? Alright, we lost about 15 minutes of progress. It's fine. Main character of Jujutsu Kaisen. Haven't watched any Jujutsu Kaisen.
We gotta hurry up, or else they'll get there ahead of us.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
I'm gonna kill everyone here. I really should try and get that treasure chest with the sun orbs in it. That was pretty good. It was a high value chest. Was it down here somewhere? I think it might be literally that chest right there.
Let's keep this pace up.
In this picture right here. Still mad at JJK? If you can tell us without spoilers, or without major spoilers at least. Fuck them for that one character? Damn, okay. Okay. Oh. I know that there's a character death that Widget really cared about. And it was like, I don't want to spoil anything, right? But it was an important character. And they died. And then Widget was like, I don't think I want to watch anymore. All right, you sent me the pic. Let's check the pic. Who the fuck is messaging me? No, I see it. I see it. I see it. Hold on. Can I download this? Save image. God, I fucking hate... I hate how Discord is so shit at saving images. We'll do a side-by-side in just a moment. What's the where we can see the biggest image? Allies. Okay, okay. Here's a Jasta. Here's a, you know, they do be same facing. They do definitely be same facing. I can't deny that. I do have to check this message. Who the f this message? Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. Nothing weird. See, sometimes I get sent messages that I have to care about during stream. Because apparently people don't understand that I'm streaming. I'm gonna kill these evil monkeys.
Why did they even bother jumping us?
Oh, right. I was gonna check my weapon because we have mastered a new sharp stick. Which means, where is that little gremlin? There you go. Oh, nice, nice. I always love when Nick shows off pics of a cat. Sparrow Breaker X. Where the fuck am I gonna get Sparrow Breaker X? All right, so we've now confirmed that we have none of the weapons.
Don't let your guard down.
No, streamer mode is great. I like that I can dump alerts like that. I genuinely think that's a good thing. My issue is not streamer mode itself. It's that people will still message me.
Come on, try me.
And sometimes those messages are, you know, relevant and important. I have to care about them. But a lot of the time those messages are just like, hey, do you like video game? And I'm like, I don't socialize with people. Go away. Nyx is sending me pictures of her dead cat. Okay, nice, nice. That cat does look dead, but like happily dead. You can tell because the paw is curled slightly. It's very happy. The mode itself is nice. I think
I knew we were gonna
I'm okay with people just messaging me. That's fine. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, right? Like, I don't like when people expect me to be available for them 24/7. That is bullshit. I hate that.
Now this gets my hunter blood going.
Zagram, I didn't know you had any hunter blood.
You think I'm gonna
Honestly,
go
I'm kind of
easy?
curious where you got it from. Because it certainly isn't yours.
Those guys were no challenge at all.
As Jas is actually saying some true facts. Those guys were no challenge. Alright, I'm gonna save states more regularly in this area because I feel like we're more likely to run into a crash.
Witch. She'll do anything to get in our way.
Like, this emulator is clearly not perfect.
That's the end of that.
But you know what? That's okay. I still really... Real talk. I am so thankful for everyone that puts all the work in for making emulators. Because this shit is impossible. I know enough about computers to know that I couldn't do emulator development. You know when you come across a skill set and you see someone doing it and you know enough about that skill set where you can actually make like qualified judgments on whether or not what they're doing is hard? I know enough about emulators and computer programming and computers in general
That was a cinch.
to know that the people who develop emulators are fucking insane. Yeah, like the Game Boy emulator itself. Like, okay, I think it's possible I could create a Game Boy emulator. Possible. With heavy support from LLM or whatever, right? But that's purely because Game Boys themselves are incredibly simple machines. But beyond that, I'd be screwed. Like, anything with 3D graphics, I'm done. I'm donezo. Re-implementing a graphics chips API, impossible.
This is your last chance. Hand over the treasure.
Huh?
Especially with the amount of undocumented features that they have.
Hear that? It came from that way.
Because that's the mad part of it, right?
Burton! Shh! Keep it down.
But that's...
The non-binary villain.
Another has come to defile my treasure. You shall have no mercy, just like the others.
Oh, why's she not glowing?
This is rich. Show me what you are capable of. Is that it? I see that a disembodied witch is hardly a match for me.
She's not disembodied. Her body's right there. You spin me right round like a record, baby. Right, round, round.
I won't let you lay a finger on my treasure, my Leo King. That man, he said I was disembodied, yet he himself had no soul.
No soul?
How strange are the ties that bind us.
So you're a soul but got no body, and he's a body but got no soul. Why don't you just slot right inside that body?
Well, that was quite a scene now, wasn't it?
She
That
must
just
be
happened.
a pretty powerful witch to be able to drive someone like him off.
My treasure. My Leo King. What did she mean by that?
The Leo King was the ruler who once governed
Is this
all of
Awakening?
Jamaica.
No, it's a BDSM
The
film side.
king
Keep up.
Is the treasure. I wonder what she meant by that. Well, anyhow, as usual, I'll go on ahead. Cheers!
You just plow
So
on
one of my
into
favorite things
don't
is
ya?
the whole, like, the idea of insane stuff is happening on screen, and you just go, X is Y, keep up. It's so, the arrogance of it is good, great. Also, there's a treasure chest back here that we're gonna get that the game doesn't want us to get because it tried to skip us part. Oh, is it Pretty Flowers?
Here they come, bastards.
We're gonna cook the Pretty Flowers. Alright, Kasala, I'm gonna need you to cook the Pretty Flowers with your star charm. Thank you.
That's how you get
Heimdonga? Exactly. There's no Heimdonga, it's Heimdonga. Raise your dongas, people. Raise your dongas. If this is a mimic, I'm gonna be pissed. Oh no, it's a Stellar Dreambow. And we're gonna use that. You wanna know why we're not gonna use it? Because this gets star whatever, and star whatever. Whatever the ability is called, I've forgotten the name of it. The triple attack.
Can we really beat the masked man?
You're reheating those 2010 LOL memes. They deserve it. They've earned it.
Here they come.
I cannot take this outfit seriously anymore. Like, it's very... I'm gonna have to change it after we're through this sequence. Cumulus pen. That's where the cumulus is stored. Much like microplastics are stored in the balls. I don't know if y'all know about that. Apparently, microplastics have been found in like literally 100% of men's balls. So, you know, enjoy that fact. Microplastics are stored in the balls these days. I'm terrified of microplastics and how we just don't seem to care. Like, as a society, everyone's just like, yeah, it's fine, don't worry about it.
Here they come.
There is so much shit in my life that does not need to be plastic. Yeah, I want to sprinkle a bit in the balls as a treat. Exactly.
Mad witch.
Get that wide distribution. Because everyone knows, right, that teenagers will spaff on literally anything. So that's how you get it, right? You start at the balls and then get sprayed everywhere. I'm sorry, that is absolutely filthy.
Let's go.
Time to cancel. No, side is pro industry, which means it's anti-canceling.
That was a cinch.
Everyone knows side is pro-capitalism. As well you should be. We're on the internet. You have to be pro-capitalism.
Can we really beat the masked man?
I saw a thread somewhere recently. I can't remember where the hell it was. That essentially everything that is... The basic statement of it was everything that kids find cool as a third space is at some point taken over by adults who then ban the kids from it. Which is like...
I'll take you on.
The basic premise being like diners, disco, theater, like every single thing that kids are like, yeah, this is for us. This is our third space that we can interact in. Immediately banned. The internet, ban kids.
Show off in front of me, you damn beast.
I think people just hate kids. Really and genuine. I mean, people hate people, right? I mean, the argument would be capitalism hates people because people get in the way of making money. Which is why the argument that OpenAI is post-consumer now is so incredibly interesting. Like NVIDIA and OpenAI and AI in general being post-consumer, meaning that they don't actually care about people buying stuff. That spelling is still bad. All I need to do is go in and change one file. I'm never gonna do it though.
Think I'm gonna go easy?
Yeah, kids get screwed over a lot. And it's understandable because kids are idiots and nobody wants idiots in their community. But at the same time, also, maybe, like, kids do need a space to exist in, which isn't populated by adults.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
So, post-consumer. Let me espouse what I mean by post-consumer. AI as it is currently being utilized and interacted with in the marketplace, does not need consumers to circulate money. Traditional market forces are dependent on consumers. They are how much product can your company sell to consumers? That is the traditional market force.
That's the end of that.
AI doesn't care about that. What AI cares about is eradicating labor, which means the concept of LLMs as they are being sold, right? Not necessarily what they're good for, right? But as they are being sold is a way to say, hey, corporation, if you invest enough money, you will be part of the...
Is she really a bad person?
...group of people that is, like, runs the next society that is based on AI. Because if you still rely on labor today, you will get eradicated. So if you are the thing that if your labor makes you money, which you then use to interact, you will be destroyed financially,
where this is.
economically. Which means that in a post-consumer society, the only people that exist as market forces are people who own capital. And you destroy, because everything can be made resource-wise via AI. Theoretically, this isn't how it's going to work, just to be clear.
I wonder how far we've
right?
gotten.
Like, people still need spaces to live in. But broadly, the concept is there will be people who own AI in some regard, and then everyone else who dies, or starves to death, or lives as a perpetual underclass of humanity that is just waiting to be exterminated.
Let's get going.
That is what a lot of tech bros actually see as the next stage of humanity.
Here they come.
I'm not fighting these guys. I just don't want to. But that means that the people interacting with the economic forces of AI in this current marketplace are doing it with the expectation that it won't make them money, but that it will rewrite essentially how economic forces work. As such, they're not buying into something to be sold to consumers. They're post-consumer. They're not thinking about that. Now, let's be real. What the actual truth is that AI is a bubble.
Here they come.
And it's going to change a lot of society, but it's not going to change the fundamental underpinnings of society, which is that people will work,
hope it all goes well,
perform labor to attain resources, which they then consume.
I'll take you on.
It's definitely a bubble. There is a very simple fact, and that is LLMs cannot think.
Jaster!
And that means that it will not, like, if they made a system that could think, then we would actually be at risk. Then there would actually be something to be concerned about. LLMs don't think. And because they don't think, they just regurgitate a statistical anomaly. And don't get me wrong, it's a very useful function. They do perform, LLMs can absolutely perform a useful function. But they will not, in my opinion at least, attain what we're talking about as general intelligence. Because they are not intelligent, they do not think. They feel like they're thinking, but they don't have like a theory of mind. They don't have the ability to really genuinely create novel interactions. But that's what anything with money does, right? They are trying to force their way into government in order to use the money to leverage control so they can maintain a power structure. That's what money does. Whenever there is sufficient money, it seeks to perpetuate its power. Oh, 100%. 100%, yeah. Which is terrifying.
I'll take you on.
Here they come, bastards.
Oh, I missed that last one. I think what we're probably going to see is the same thing you see in the Middle Ages, where you have an era where, okay,
Those guys were no challenge at all.
corporations always want to try and drive, I mean, not just corporations, anyone who is rich and powerful always wants to try and drive wages down to the point of subsistence levels where they get just enough money to barely survive. Because corporations want to make more money, people in power want to make more money, that's how it works. At some point, after being on that knife edge for long enough, there's rebellion, mass rebellion, violence. And then the system is forced the other way for a bit because you kill a lot of the people who have the money or in power. That's what I think is probably the end result. I don't think it would be pleasant. I just want us to leave it alone. I don't think it would be pleasant or happy or comfortable, and
Put everything we've got in
I dread it actually happening.
You think I'm gonna go easy?
And I think that's part of the reason why it hasn't happened yet. But I think it happens eventually. And I think a lot of people get hurt because of it.
The Leo King's key piece is deeper inside.
And honestly, I think that's part of the reason why you see stuff like Palantir pushing so much to destroy general privacy, because that's what they're shit scared of, right?
Bastards.
I mean, if that was what you see happening when you continue to make loads and loads of money while being rich, then obviously you're going to work to stop that happening. No, it isn't looking good. You are very right in the net outcome of it is unlikely to immediately be good, like good organized democracy immediately there afterwards. The most likely immediate outcome after that is a lot of people being very, generally unhappy with the situation. But yeah, I'm not excited about it. Welcome to Dark Libby Fox. I'm not excited about what the future holds. I don't think people are going to be happy about what happens in the next, 50 years.
Let's go.
Here they come.
In fact, I would go as far to say I think people are going to be generally unhappy. And yeah, it's 100% Side's fault. Alright, one of these has to be a mimic. Oh, brave symbol, just what we were looking for. And a mimic. I am shocked that they had a triplicate of chests and no mimic. Honestly impressive.
Man, not these guys.
How to do this?
Go get you a twin sword. I'm getting my ass kicked. I need to buy some more potions.
Jester, this is what you get.
Bro really got the twin swords and then just hid in the corner for a while, huh?
Let's just leave it at that for now.
Items, just use it immediately on Kasala. Oh, I think I saw a save point over there. You're gonna get that.
Is she really a bad person?
Was that witch really a bad person? I don't know. I don't care. She's in our way. Like, Kisala, at some point you have to accept if our goal is the Leokas, it does not matter if this person is good or bad. The only thing that matters is if they're in our way. Why is every single enemy here a jump and stab enemy?
Sorry about that.
But just strangely locked in there for a moment.
No challenge at all.
Oh, a dream mushroom. We should definitely take one of those. That's super healthy.
We're gonna have trouble getting through here.
I think the wildest thing about this game is how I always end up like just chewing through time when I'm playing this. Like every time I look at the time that I've been streaming for, I'm like, oh wow, it's been X amount of hours already. Like it genuinely feels like I've only been streaming like maybe an hour at this point.
This must have been quite a castle.
Here's the mimic.
Come on, see if you can take us.
I must break. I will think about it. I'm gonna break the mimic first though. You're right, you're right. You just get smacked upside the head. Nice.
This ain't funny.
Nice burning strike it.
Not good. You guys better be pulling your weight.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't get angry, don't get angry. It's not her fault that she's bad. She was just born that way.
All right.
She gets knocked down, but I get absolute 0 stone, which feels about right. All right, save the game. We'll drop a save state real quick. We'll run back to the point. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a break. We're gonna be back in a few minutes. Oh, while I'm away, please enjoy some trivia. If you don't want to enjoy some trivia, it's up to you. But you know, live the life you want to live, or don't. It's okay if you die. You know, it's fine. I mean, I prefer if you didn't, but it's fundamentally a you choice. Back in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna lie, you saying Adolf Hitler was in World War I as a fighter just had this, like, my mind just instantly snapped to, like, a fighting game where Adolf Hitler is just one of the combatants. And Broski is just a terrible, like, just Hitler, trying to fight Hitler. The problem with the fighting game is they'd make him too cool, right? I want him, if I ever featured him in a fighting game, I'd have him be like the freaking amphetamine out little freak that he is, right?
Or else they'll get there ahead of us.
Because let's be real for a second, right? The guy was not somebody to be proud of. Dude was a drug addict. Just separate to all of, I'm just saying, Hitler, not a guy to be proud of. shocking. No, but I mean, like, as a... in the typical way that most things present, like the hyper-masculine, right-wing authoritarian stuff, right? He matches none of the characteristics, right? You think the bat's the answer? We're gonna get rabies down here?
Mommy? Is Daddy here?
I'm not sure, darling. Well, he might be, but he might not be.
That's what not being sure means.
Your
You don't
daddy,
know.
He always pretended to be tough, but he was really a scaredy cat inside.
What is this shit?
I only hope he knows what he's doing, wherever he is.
Is this just Burton running away from his wife and his responsibilities? Is he running from paying for child support? Guys, you know this place is like incredibly dangerous, right?
Don't be silly, Jay. There's nothing for you to cry about.
You researched that if they would invent time travel?
Mommy, I'm scared.
There was an argument for a while that Hitler was such a terrible leader in terms of raw combat capacity that, in fact, if they had potentially killed Hitler, they may have ended up with a more competent military leader
Is deeper inside.
in that position, meaning that they could actually be potentially have made the war more dangerous overall. Do I think that's true? I don't know. I don't have enough information.
Don't ever try to show off in
Like, I'm not gonna claim enough knowledge about that particular subject, because I'm gonna be real. World War II is one of the single most like weird, like military history specifically. It is just like full of weirdly fascist takes. You don't know if Germany could have beaten the Soviets in a 1v. Like, I'm not. This is the thing, right? Like, I don't have the information, and almost all the information that is out there is at this point so heavily biased because of lots of right-wing authoritarian chuds basically trying to rewrite history that it gets really difficult to casually find accurate information. I'm not saying that it isn't out there or there aren't people that can resolve it, right? But it's just like, it's such a pain in the ass to actually get good information and get real information that isn't people just doing random ass opinion pieces if you are a casual person that's investigating. If you're a historian, I'm certain that you can come up with better information because as a historian, you have access to better sources and a better evaluation of it. I appreciate that. I worked hard on it. I like the fact that it's sculpted and then I baked it all down and it, like, weirdly enough, the gradient is like all the coloration for it. It's just it's so simple. Like, it's weirdly simple, but I appreciate it. But all of the like gradients and stuff are essentially just a curvature mesh. Sorry, a curvature shader. So it measures the curvature of my sculpt and the error in it, and then applies a color based on that curvature. That's where you get like the highlights on the ridges and such. It's true. It's true.
Am I a bad person?
Because I posted in the game Summons the Skull podcast. It's true. It's true. That's how that works.
Come on.
All right, we've got stone tortoises, which means that yeah, they got shells on them. All right, hit him with the supernova. Yeah, my understanding is that Germany, with the fact that they were deploying a military strategy, which was kind of, it was kind of like the invention of cavalry, is my understanding. Oh, this is the Lost Transporter. My rough understanding is that the Blitzkrieg tactics were kind of like the invention and utilization of cavalry in that they just allowed a completely different tactic, which when in World War I, everyone was operating on the assumption that you dug in and held.
This planet I just don't like.
The whole Blitzkrieg tactic, supported by armor, which would otherwise not be possible, so on and so forth, allowed them to just do stuff that would otherwise be impossible. Because if I remember correctly, like early World War II tactics essentially involved the idea of armor pushing with infantry forwards over battlefields to make pushes into trench lines. World War II didn't really have those. You would say your knowledge of World War II is the best. That's fair. But I think even with just having a history degree,
Let's go.
you have a better ability to identify whether someone who is talking about something actually knows what they're talking about, right? Because there's always lots of little indicators, right?
Here they come.
If someone knows what they're talking about, they generally have habits and references that are easy to identify.
We're not done yet.
Whereas, you know, I, as someone who doesn't have a history degree, I'm simply going to struggle with that, right?
This ain't funny.
Finished.
Second, why do you suck so much?
All right.
I mean, it's not like I don't have a critical mind. I just think, you know, there's a distinct skill set. I was going back there for a treasure chest, wasn't I? There's a distinct skill set in identifying that kind of stuff. And, you know, it's one that I don't have. Or at least not as well trained. Man, I miss so many treasure chests. Welcome in, Exegol. I hope you're doing fantastic. We're about to fight, I presume, a boss.
Is she really a bad?
I thought she said that mad bitch. Very concerned.
I think this is the Leo King's crypt.
Oh no, he's been turned to stone.
Hey, what in the place is this Burton doing?
Burton?
He's just standing around getting hard, I guess.
Welcome, welcome. You are the first to have survived for so long after having felt my wrath.
That's true. I love
cannot
loud
permit
noises.
you to go further. The Leo King Sanctuary is my final hope. You
No, it's fine,
shall
Exegol. I know you've got a nice cocky in there somewhere.
Your
It's no
final
worries.
hope? What are you talking about?
You don't need to know. How dare you disturb His Majesty's sleep? You will pay with your lives.
All right, time to fight a snake, which has like a cool pattern on it.
With the king?
Wait, hold on. Do you notice that she pulled off the thing and launched the snake towards us, and then when we get into the fight, the snake is attached to her again? I thought it was going to be kind of cool, but instead it's not cool. Honestly, I'm a little bit disappointed. Not gonna lie.
Jaster! This ain't funny.
Damn. Out of luck.
Okay, this isn't going that well. So, use one of these. Switch character.
Would you?
Jaster!
Can we just supernova it? Is that an option? That chunks the woman.
Are we pushing our luck too far here?
Zagram, how are you down again?
Sorry about that.
I don't even know what you died from. I'm gonna be real. Oh, great. She doesn't need to be conscious to be able to be like... Oh, she just fucking kicked me in the face. All right, hold on. Let's stop her kicking me in the face. Then let's... I was literally just about to use Tones of Purity. These people are just getting destroyed. Like, what am I meant to do here? All right, team, come on. Just stand away from her. Like, don't die. Okay, just don't die. Did she not take damage from that?
Prepare to taste hell!
This is funny.
How is this dipshit down again?
Sorry about that.
Zagram, I swear.
This is not good.
Okay, wait for it. Supernova. The more you hit me, the more I supernova. We can use Desert Wind too here. I think this might literally be the correct strategy. Just God, instant recharge, supernova.
Can't lose now.
Alright, items. Use the big heal. Nice. Use this heal. Abilities. Just supernova again. Wait for the shock to finish shocking us. Supernova again. He's dead again. Zagram, why are you always going to be dead again? Like, don't you know what the God button is? Should be using Shooting Star that is always OP according to the S5 Precure. Shooting Star sucks. It's so bad in this game. Apparently, if we hit her with 7 planets, she will eventually go down, huh?
Oh. Burton, are you okay?
Oh,
Tim Burton, are you okay?
I'm too old to be standing around like that.
Nah, you're not too old. You're ugly, though.
Why can't you leave well enough alone? Do you intend
Because we're pirates.
to take everything from me? I will not
Yes.
give you the Leo King! I refuse!
Then
I will
die.
not give him up!
What horrid misfortune! Don't take my everything away!
Her eyes were the same size back then. Why'd they get so big when she got old?
There's nothing left we can do, Your Highness. Without His Majesty, all hope is lost. The enemy is already before the castle grounds. Please, Your Highness, leave at once.
Nothing comes of war. We were mistaken.
Oh, so she started the war with the Leo King.
All because we started this conflict.
Your Highness.
Presumably with the Bakakwa.
What should I do?
Andronius? Isn't Andronius basically the equivalent of saying, like, that name basically means, like,
My child.
man guy.
I want my child to live in peaceful times.
Maybe you shouldn't have started a war then.
I would gladly plunge into the fiery depths of hell to make that possible.
Or maybe just don't declare war.
No, Your Highness, you mustn't.
Let me go. This is the only way. Oh, evil one, I offer my life unto darkness. With this blood covenant, I pledge my soul to you. Make
This is the
me
worst
a
decision you
servant
could
of
make.
the underworld, and in turn bestow your cursed powers upon me.
Oh no, I'm losing the war that I started. I'm gonna make a pact with the devil to fight more so that my child can live in peaceful times. Are you insane? You could just surrender. You just be like, I will surrender on the terms, under these terms.
Time. Protect this child from harm until the day of salvation is upon us. Live on, Leo King, my son, my dearest Leo King.
The kid is just named Leo King. What?
Oh, Leo King.
So it was not the key piece after all. I guess we were wrong.
Bastard!
It's
Why
just
would
a
you
baby.
do that?
What? You are the ones who defeated her. I merely ended her suffering.
Honestly, I feel like he's not wrong
I
here.
don't understand. All that for this.
It's a baby. You can blend them up and put them in soup. They're quite tasty out here.
Humans certainly are stupid creatures. Ready.
Wait, he has like the fast travel warps, but like everywhere?
So, you're the Leo King.
Oh. The baby woke up.
Hmm?
Oh, we got this key piece, so we could just leave now.
The Leo King's key piece.
So, what are we gonna do with this baby? We're just gonna leave it here, I guess? Just... Bye, baby.
So the poor queen took a desperate last gamble. She sold her soul in an attempt to keep this kid safe.
Holy shit, oh no, he's taking the baby with him.
The
All right.
legend of the Mad Witch was just a
Okay.
sad tale of a mother's love for her child.
Yeah, if I was an
Don't
evil,
worry
edgy
about
guy, I
the
would have at
baby.
least thrown
I'll
the
make
baby
sure
out.
to take him to Burkakwa village. I'm certain that they'll raise him up right.
All right, we're just abandoning this child. Nice.
Hey, little guy. You'll be a great Burkakwin warrior one day.
Huh?
What is it?
No, just the evil witch that tried to kill us. And was like, don't wake up my baby ever.
Nothing.
And we woke up a baby and walked out with it.
Come on. Our next adventure
Like,
awaits.
we're literally stealing her child. I feel like she might be more upset about this. Than, like, considering she pledged herself to darkness for
Child
this.
of royal blood. Jaster, soon you'll know.
Look, we already know Jaster has to be the royalty. There's no way you'd be given the sword otherwise. In fact, I'm like 90% certain that Jaster is the Desert Claw's kid. One second while we look all the way back here. Give it a moment. Any treasure chests back here? Doesn't look like it. Alright, so let's go back up this way, because that's the fastest way to a teleporter.
Mother's love for her child.
To be fair side, I'm like 90% certain Kisala is dead as well. So, I think just seeing dead people seems to be normal. We've been talking to a whole bunch of spirits as well. So I am inclined to believe that that's just standard, right? I think we need to go to the Burkakwa place and see if they have any bloody masks for sale. We need a Dio mask for the boss here. Not here in this area specifically, but like more generally. Oh, yes, there is a treasure chest that I missed here before because I need a star key, right? Oh, there's actually 2 treasure chests I missed here. 3? Damn. Oh, it's an earth key chest. The wishing stars. When you wish upon a star, do you want to know what happens? Nothing.
Something about this planet.
Stars don't grant wishes. Unless they're like a celebrity, in which case, like, sometimes celebrities do grant wishes. I wish a celebrity would grant my wish. Tidy body just shutting off, man. Yesterday was like that for me. I woke up at, you know, midday, as I normally do. I wake up late, I sleep late, right? Normal hours for me. And I just was tired. And I was just tired the entire day. I'm still tired.
Well now, this
Stars
isn't
more likely
half
to grant
bad.
wishes, I assume, than celebrities. Okay, yeah. Which it just like Ghanaian celebrities do not grant wishes. None. 0%. That actually looks sick. Is it a Shakuran in the shape of a wolf? Yes, it is. Lots of recharge drinks. We like those. Resurrection. Just buy as many as I can fit. Don't need antidotes or paralysis cures. You just woke up super confused and disoriented. That's just how it works, Witcher. Once you get past a certain point, you just wake up confused and disoriented.
Don't fall behind, okay?
I feel like that though when I'm tired, Widget. Like that's what tired feels like to me. It's literally like I feel like my body is actively shutting down. Also, we couldn't get that mask that we needed, and I don't think we have one in stock. So I guess we just can't do that boss right now.
Let's keep this pace up.
Come on, let me jump off the cliff. Let me jump off the cliff. Could you imagine being the kind of guy who has to... Why'd that door open? What you doing, door? What you doing? Could you imagine being the person who has to do all of the invisible walls to stop you jumping off all of the cliffs in this game? It'd be terrible. What you got to say about anything, Onion? You can't enter the forest ahead. There's a dangerous castle. I already been there, done that, brother. The Jungle Master. If I smell of blood, maybe it's... No, it said I need a bloody mask for it, right?
I've got a good feeling. Let's hurry.
Let players jump the walls. I agree. Let them jump out of bounds and then soft lock the game. I think it makes for a better game, honestly. It's not... You're not even wrong, Widget. The most insane, that's an accurate rendition of the stuff that we go through in this game. And also just other games. Like most of what we interact with in this game is like other plot lines from other games. Hi, Steve. All right, so the last location I need to go to is Iraq. I've played games that are worse Like a lot worse when it comes to reusing locations. I will say, I actually think that reusing this as a location isn't a bad thing. Because it does generally feel like we're going to a new part of that location. Like in each time we've gone back to a location, we've gone to a new part of it. We've explored more of it. So it's difficult to be too upset about that. Also, we are changing this damn outfit. This is FF12 fan that stays in deserts and sewers. You're not wrong. I wasn't going to bring it up, but that is an accurate representation of the terrain available in Final Fantasy XII. No, it's even the coasts are desert and the grassland also desert. And the underground, sewers. Just different kind of sewer, that's all. Where I picked up the Inferno Vortex. You have to admit, there is a lot of desert in Final Fantasy XII, though. Okay? Like, there's a lot of it. Like, it may have some, but there's a lot of desert. And a lot of airship interiors, weirdly enough. I will have to say, Final Fantasy XII did have that, like, that was a cool mechanic. Or at least conceptually a cool mechanic. Obviously, I didn't really enjoy the implementation because I don't like anything about Final Fantasy XII. But I have to respect the idea that you have, like, both a wet season and a dry season. I think is pretty cool. Like, seasonal differentiation on that, it's sick. I would probably take the teleporter out here, right? Teleport us to somewhere useful. I quite liked the forest section. That was pretty fun conceptually. Like, again, I have my opinions, right? Like, we could rehash them, but nobody would enjoy that, right? I also found it weird how summons didn't seem to be that relevant to the game. All right, I need to buy stuff here, right? Let's buy 10 of whatever that is. Mobius battery, don't need for revelations. We might need that for revelations later. I mean, for me, a lot of the issue with with the summons in that game is I literally used them one time, and that was to open a door. Like, for something that seemed like they were trying to present it as like, oh, hey, this is a really, important big deal. One time? Really? Yeah, I never felt like I needed anything that the summons did at all. The only real benefit was, like, maybe accessing extra stuff on the job board. Yeah, so you basically, there was one door that the only way to open it was to use a summon. I got stuck there because at that point, I had been so used to not using summons at all that I literally hadn't, like, mentally considered that it was possible that the game would make me use a summon for that. Yeah, Final Fantasy 12. There is one gate where you're required to summon, I think specifically Ifrit. And I do believe that is literally the only point in the game where you are required to do it. Last Resort Meteor, but the better improved one, I guess. Bellius. All right. I apologize. Like, it's been a while since I played the game, and I didn't care for it in the slightest. Which is sad, because I went into that game really excited for it. Because I went into that game with... Basically, the reason I went into that game was because I was told that it had a lot of things in common with Skies of Arcadia, and Skies of Arcadia is like my favorite game of all time. I had a lot of technical issues with it. One of the most infuriating things about technical issues is the technical issues were caused by me having a USB device plugged in. Not this game. This game has its own technical issues. This is Final Fantasy 12 we're discussing. Final Fantasy 12 had a lot of technical issues. There was hitching, like continuous hitching in the game. There was a whole bunch of just minor but important issues happening as I, progressed through the game. Might need these, I don't know. Dark Onyx, we don't have any, so we'll buy some. I wouldn't say that either. I agree, I don't think they're similar. But the reason I played it was because of the implication from others that it was similar. Like, those were the reviews that I'd found online. That was the reason I was curious about it. So it ended up failing in a lot of ways for me. So I actually found out the specific hitching issue. It was a really, I'm gonna give it to the game. It was a pretty unique specific issue, but it also feels like a specific issue that really shouldn't have been an issue. So the issue was with the hitching, right? The hitching was happening anytime it polled my USB devices. Because normally it would poll my USB devices, for if I've connected a controller or whatever. That's normal behavior for a game. They want to be like, hey, do you have any USB devices that we need to care about? Like, are these controllers relevant? Do we need to re-enumerate this? That's rational behavior. The issue was that it would poll my VR headset. And because it didn't understand the data that it was getting back from the VR headset, every time it polled my USB devices, it would be like, what's here? Oh, this? I don't know what that is. And then it would hitch slightly. Rather than running it in parallel and in a completely separate thread, it would lock the game thread until it crashed out, errored out, or timed out. So it was literally a case of just hitch, but because it polled every 15 or 30 seconds, there was just a constant, as I'm playing the game, just every 15 or 30 seconds. And that sucks, right? It made the game feel really unpleasant which didn't help when I'm already having issues following the story and
hope it all goes well.
Struggling to care about a lot of the mechanics, right? Like, I just, if I'm already struggling to gel with a game and it's also hitching, there's just that little bit of frustration poking me at each and every time I interact with it, right? I don't want to go to any of these locations. I want to go up near the center area, right? Galaxy Corporation? Yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah, like, none of the minor technical issues I had helped. But I think without them, I still wouldn't have enjoyed the game, right? I don't mean that in a hostile way. I just really don't think it was the right game for me. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, what did my hunter license look like? I'm 5 coins away from the gold license. Zodiac Age? I mean, I believe that was the one I was playing. Specifically, I was playing the Zodiac Age PC port on Steam. I don't know if that is a specific, like... Yeah, Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age on Steam. Which I believe is like the most, quote-unquote, modern one. That wasn't the button I wanted. Check completion percentage. Okay, what have I got left? Hunter rankings, not too bad. Revelation flow, not too bad. I think it's because they don't care. Right? I think that's fundamentally it.
Biggest buildings in Zerard.
I figured that it would be the best way to play the most modern version of the game, because the other one would have been, I think, PS3 emulation to play the game. And I think PS3 emulation would have been what? Oh, PS4. Okay. We don't even have PS4 emulation, so yikes, right? But yeah, I think if I'd have played, okay.
This isn't half bad.
I think if I'd have had 0 technical issues, I still would have rated the game badly, but I think instead of hating it, I would have simply been bored by it. Because I still had a lot of issues with the rest of the stuff, right? Like, the storytelling was not for me. I genuinely felt like after each cutscene, I basically had to ask Widget for a summary of what the cutscene actually said. Like, genuinely. And I feel that if that's what you're going to be doing on your cutscenes, then it's a bit of a struggle. It didn't help that all the judges were wearing judge armor half the time, so I didn't know who most of them were. Like, it's not just that it's a very slow game. My core complaints in that regard are not inherently that it's slow. I can play a slow game. It's that a lot of the characters aren't easily identifiable. The most specific example of this for me, there was a specific engagement with, is it Balthazar, the pirate guy? So Balthazar, the pirate guy, Balthia, sorry, Balthia. Balthia has a cutscene where he is talking about, with another character about their father. and they refer to them by their surname. Or possibly the forename, like one of the two, right? But up until that point, I had only seen that character talked about in cutscenes with the other name. So it's like they were being like, "Oh, it's this is Jim. This is Jim. He's on screen. Jim is doing stuff." And then in the cutscene with Balthia, it's like, "Mr. Hansen, Mr. Hansen. Yes, your father, Mr. Hansen." And I'm like, "Who the fuck is Mr. Hansen? We haven't seen this guy at all." And then someone in chat's like, "No, you have. You've seen him like 4 cutscenes." Like, there has been no one named this. Like, I have never seen this. Look, who is this character? And they literally just had to explain, no, it's this other guy. And I'm just sat there like, why are we calling them a different name then? That's not the name we've had them referred to in this entire thing. If you're gonna call them this important father figure, then... Yeah, once we get to twins, I found it really confusing to track all the characters that looked kind of the same. Like, especially since, okay, if all the cutscenes had been like one after another and we were like 5 to 10 minutes between cutscenes, it probably wouldn't have been that bad. But like very frequently, it was like an hour and a half between cutscenes, or like a couple days since I last saw a cutscene about the character. And I'm sat here just thinking, who are these people? So it was almost impossible for me to track the story. Separate from the fact that I just didn't think the story was very good. But you know, those two issues are probably related, right? Like, let's not pretend otherwise. If you can't track a story, it's very lore heavy and dramatic. And obviously, if you have no idea who anyone is, it's very difficult to care about any of the drama.
Probably put there by Longardian troops, and it looks like the latest model.
It's awfully secure. I bet only a supercomputer could unlock it.
Is why are you here?
So this tower is that important to them?
May I give it a try?
No.
I might be able to unlock it.
Are you sure?
I'm so glad it's Steve and not Jupiter's doing this.
This uses the latest technology. We're dealing with
I had struggles wanting to read extra documentation. Because unlocking bestiary stuff, doesn't that separately require like significant investment into hunting down big monsters and such?
Guess I'll have to pull out all the stops. If I put my brain circuits on full burst, we might be able to
Don't do that, your brain circuits will cook.
Full burst?
Yes. When I activate my full burst mode, it allows me to increase my processing power to 150%. I'm sure Dr. Boccaccio will switch me over if we ask him.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Looks like that's our only option, Jaster.
Because I know there are like beast hunts that you could do to track down enemies and fight them.
Let's get Dr. Boccaccio's help.
And I did one of those. And then never went back to it.
Full burst mode? Are you insane?
It's only for a short while, Doctor. If I could just take down that barrier.
Some humanoid enemies have 6. I don't think I read a single one of those.
Can't you do something? You're the only option we have.
And that's like 5 9s, yeah.
In any case, I can't make this decision by myself. Wait here a moment.
I need to ask your soul ghost inhabiting
this way,
you.
Steve.
Huh? All right.
He can't make it himself. Then whose decision is it?
He needs to ask his dead son. In the space between spaces. In the hyper-reality that is VR Troopers.
Are you sure about this, Mark?
I'm with Steve on this one, Dad. I want to go on lots more adventures.
But you're a child. What if your brain explodes?
But if this doesn't go well, there's a likely chance that you might disappear forever. And if that were to happen...
I'd have to upload your spirit into a new
Dad,
robot.
I want to help Jaster and his friends.
Mark.
They're great people. They're Steve's good friends, every one of them. And that makes them my good friends, too.
Friends. Friends, huh? I see. You've made new friends. I'm so glad, Mark.
I love that I literally haven't cared about party
you would.
composition except for having Supernova available. Does Steve know about this show? I don't know. They haven't presented knowledge of it.
I've removed the burst
But they do
mode
seem to
limiter from
deliberately
Steve's
go into
central
that talk
processing
mode
unit.
thing. So,
when Steve
I don't know.
goes into burst mode, he'll be as powerful as the Galaxy Corporation's latest and greatest supercomputers. Here, take this with you. With this switch, you will be able to activate Steve's burst mode.
Why don't we give that to Steve? Like, I don't mean this. Like, Steve seems fully independent. Why does Steve not have access to the burst mode switch?
Dr. Picacho, thank you for listening to my selfish demands.
We got him that gemstone upgrade armor, by the way.
I should be
It
the
actually
one
looks kind of
thanking
sick.
you, Steve.
Yes, thank you for having the
Now,
soul of my child inside
you should
you.
get going. Your adventure is far from over.
Second-hand citizens? The idea of a second-hand citizen, like we bought these citizens cheap off eBay. I know what you actually mean, but the idea, it's just such a good concept. Buying these citizens cheap off eBay is great. It's a much better concept than, you know, buying them firsthand. But yeah, like, I didn't realize that I was missing so much lore when it came to words. When it came to Final Fantasy 12 by not reading the bestiary. Oh, citizen, you don't belong in this world. I'm gonna buy a bunch of this because I don't have any. I'm gonna buy a bunch of this. We have enough of that. We have enough of that. You think too hard gets sharp searing pain? You think, oh no, chat, this is it? That's a little bit concerning. I'd say if you've been to the doctor, but like you have repeatedly, if I'm not mistaken. What is this? Like this dude is just full on wearing some kink wear right now. Broski is straight up in the kink outfit. Alright, we want to go to the Galaxy Corporation. Right, yeah. And time flies when you talk shit in this game. I swear. It's just a constant barrage of idly talking shit, and this game does it well. 4.5 hours in. I'm thinking about whether or not I should take a break or if I should call it for today. We should call it for today. Like, I'm enjoying this, but I definitely feel that if I go much more, because this is a big section coming up. Based on what people have told me, this next section is basically an entire stream by itself because we're gonna have to go up and down 2 towers. It's gonna be an age. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Widget, my hands have been in pretty good condition recently. Like, I've actually been surprised at how good condition my hands have been. Apparently, setting up this new keyboard has, like, okay, like, to be fair, I still get some pain, right? Like, it's still, you know, my wrists are extra crunchy. That's just how they exist, right? but I've been in like a very limited amount of pain on average. So don't worry, yeah, I'm more than happy to share your load. You can just give me all that load whenever you need it and I'll take it for you. Oh dear. Some days I am unfazed. Yeah, like, it's not perfect, but you know, my hands have been operating generally properly. They've not been keeping me awake. I've been able to do most of my work without being in pain, a little bit slower, but it's been pretty decent, you know? And like, it is a little bit weird using okay, I've now completely converted to using a trackball, right? Rather than using my mouse some of the time and the trackball the rest of the time. It's not as good as a proper mouse, sadly. I think maybe if I got a really nice trackball, but most of those don't work well with your thumb. They want to use your fingers, and using my fingers is the problem. With the current trackballs that I have, for example, I can literally just change over to using my palm and my wrist. So like, when I'm interacting with it, I'll start by using my thumb, and then if I need to move further up the screen, I will just roll up my thumb and onto my wrist. And it looks weird and awkward, but it means that instead of like doing lots and lots of hand movements, right? Because rather than using my finger to do all those movements, I'm just using my like entire length of my thumb as the contact surface. So the muscles in my upper arm and shoulder are the ones doing the work, right? Which makes our wrist hurt less. Trackball, like this trackball / keyboard combo has genuinely been great in terms of accessibility for most of the stuff that I'm doing. It makes it a lot easier to just do stuff. I do miss having a mouse. The mouse is better, it's more accurate, but it is what it is. Between that and the graphics tablet I'm using, yeah, it's not too bad. All right, we're gonna find someone to raid. I don't know who we're gonna raid. Someone's playing Yakuza 5 Remastered. Yo, maybe that's where we go. I ain't against it, you know? Other places we can go. Nyx is streaming, but she's gonna be streaming... she's gonna be streaming in Spanish and English. Oh, Tesla's playing Village. That might be it. Dupu is playing Pop and Music on his new Pop and Music controller, and he put the Pop and Music controller where the Pop and Music controller should go. Shoot, we rated Dupu recently though, right? Yeah, I rated him kind of recently. Elu, what the fuck is Elu playing? Cozy Caravan? What the hell is Cozy Caravan? What is a Cozy Caravan? Let me be a mod so I can do trivia 24/7. I don't think I could let Yaya be a mod. It would be too funny. They'd ban Widget in a heartbeat. Yeah, would you like, bam, we're just banned. Never speak again. When you go to Wales and rent a caravan. Oh, that would be a thing. I don't know where the hell to raid to. I got nothing. Fuck it, we'll raid Nyx, it'll be funny. Hi Justice Steve, bye Justice Steve, we're raiding Nyx. Alright, Nyx is just talking in Spanish. If you don't speak Spanish, tough, and Nyx will eat you. It's weird, but she'll do it, she'll just nom nom your face. She's got a cat, the cat is good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're raiding out. I will be back on Wednesday, same time. Hopefully I'll get my Fab U prep done. I'm also practicing drawing on my lonesome. Maybe we're gonna watch some, maybe I'm gonna set up to watch some Battle Fairy Yukikaze for you, mess. Yeah, just talk in English. Nyx can answer you in English, so you can just talk shit. If you really want to know her speaking French though, that's the best. Beyond that, ladies and gentlemen, Wednesday, Friday, more Rogue Galaxy. I feel like we're starting to get, like, I feel like we're gonna have next stream is gonna be a big tower climb, right? And the stream after that, I think that we might end up actually getting towards like the last act of the game. I'm not saying that it's gonna end the story after that, but like, that feels like we're gonna get some revelations and start moving through the last act of the game. However, go have a grand old time and harass Nyx. She's good people. We like her. I'm probably gonna disappear immediately afterwards because I'm hungry and I want to eat. I like eating. Actually, I like eating a lot. Oh, I wonder if there's gonna be. You know what? I'm gonna stop thinking. Go spam some X for Nyx. You love Nyx. I love Nyx. Bye bye, everyone. Have a fantastic time.